Warm sunlight poured down, filling the lavish room. A baby girl was sleeping soundly. Loblen slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness still hazy. She raised her tiny hand and then she kicked her feet. The little girl's eyes widened in horror, and she cupped her cheeks, letting out a silent scream. She had returned again. It all began with a prophecy, a child born on this day. February 29th, blessed with divine power, would bring salvation to the world. To fulfill the prophecy, the empire and the holy nation began searching for the child marked by the gods, and they found the so-called child of destiny. The crowd buzzed as a man pointed to the baby in their midst. He declared this was the child born on February 29th, possessing divine power. That child was her. The royal family sent her to be adopted by a noble family, while the temple took responsibility for her education. However, someone slowly questioned if the divine power had changed because the magic circle beneath Loblen's feet showed no reaction at all, no change whatsoever. Two priests in robes whispered in the darkness, exchanging disappointed glances. In the end, she never revealed the expected sign. When the temple and the royal family abandoned her, leaving her in the hands of mortals, the true child of destiny descended. As an impostor accused of deceiving the royal family and the temple, she was scorned by the world and eventually taken away. Sacrificed to a demon, she died as an offering to seal an evil god. But the wheel of time began to turn back. A light flashed and bells echoed faintly. Blaine woke up again, returned to the age of 4. The little girl shot up in horror, unable to believe her eyes. At first, she was overjoyed, thanking the gods of fate. She was determined to live a good life, but then she failed again. She died again and returned to the age of 4 again. Lorraine covered her face, trembling in despair. This was her 4th life. She remembered everything. The Dowager Empress would be here soon. Maids surrounded her, smiling brightly as they presented several documents. It was time to choose the father who would adopt her, and there were 3 candidates. They represented the 3 most powerful families in the empire. First was Duke Amiti, the embodiment of justice and defender of the imperial order. Second was Duke Valua, from a 1,000-year-old family of scholars. He held a book, his demeanor calm and stable. And finally, Duke Dubled, the one with a reputation as a notorious villain. He possessed overwhelming military power and wealth. In her first life, she chose Duke Amiti. He was just as the rumors said, a good man who loved his people like his own children. The young LeBlanc held a card, silently thanking her father, Duke Amiti. He walked toward her, and the little girl's heart pounded, but he walked past her coldly without a single glance. Her outstretched hand was left hanging in the air. An invisible wall always stood between them. She told herself her father must be very busy. As an orphan, just having a father was a blessing. Until Mina appeared. Mina looked at Amiti with admiration, saying that she truly respected him. Father adopted Mina only because she resembled his deceased first love. He treated her like his new daughter. They were incredibly close, with Mina holding Amiti's arm. But she was just an outsider, and extra scorned by everyone. LeBlanc screamed her heart out in the dungeon, gripping the iron bars. It's not true. I didn't poison Mina. You expect me to believe you? You're no better than an animal. Someone had framed her for poisoning Mina. Her father immediately disowned her, coldly watching her suffer. If you truly feel remorse, then go confess. For Mina, for this world, sacrifice yourself. LeBlanc trembled, calling for her father, but in the end, she was taken to the execution block. Just like that, she met her first death. Time reversed again. She woke up with a start in her bed. That was her first regression. Her first return. She wondered if the gods had gone mad to save her again. In her second life, she chose to approach Duke Valua. Duke Valua bent down to look at her, smiling as he said, "Come here, LeBlanc." That smile seemed endlessly affectionate, but in reality, he was just a piece of trash, scum from head to toe. He roared in anger. Why haven't you deciphered the divine language yet? His wife, emotionless, dragged her away. Duke Valua raised his hand and slapped her hard. Useless trash. LeBlanc stumbled, and then died again. The gods appeared again. She died once more. In her third life, she tried to run away, but a homeless child can't escape. Where could she go? She froze to death on the side of the road. Another death. So now she couldn't get close to Duke Amiti, she couldn't get close to Duke Valua, and she certainly couldn't run away. Blaine put a finger to her lips, lost in thought. Then there's only one way. The little girl decisively pointed her finger. The surrounding maids looked at each other, their faces stunned. LeBlanc looked up at the magnificent castle before her, her eyes filled with amazement. She chose Duke Doubled, the villain of the Empire. There was nothing to lose. Was I brought here just to gnaw on these things to survive? He possessed the largest fortune in the Empire. An attendant reported in a panic, the Dowager Empress wants this child. Duke Doubled was expressionless. That old hag. She's finally lost it. Send her back. The attendant hesitated, but LeBlanc was already hiding behind him, secretly observing the Duke. That was Duke Doubled, a man with unbelievable charisma. In her heart, LeBlanc silently gave him 100 points. A man. Like that, why would he never marry? It's said he became celibate 10 years ago. The attendant whispered a warning, saying, this could be a chance to sow discord among the factions. Directly refusing the Dowager Empress's request isn't a wise move. LeBlanc clutched the attendant's clothes, feigning fear. From what had happened before, she knew that neither the church nor the Dowager Empress could take anything from this man. But she had to live here. This place had endless money, and besides, no one would pay attention to her. She imagined herself lounging on a beach, bathing in the sunset, letting out a sigh of relief. This is the life. She raised a glass of cold juice, her face beaming with a happy smile. Living a life of luxury is the best. But to have that rich life, she had to cling tightly to Doubled's golden thigh. LeBlanc clenched her fists, a calculating glint in her eyes. To achieve her goal, a brilliant idea sparked in her mind. She stood up straight and clearly stated a piece of secret information. December 7th, the inheritance tax exemption. Duke Doubled and his attendant looked at each other. What? LeBlanc thought to herself, it seems they don't understand. Her development was slower than other kids her age, and her pronunciation wasn't clear. This is a disaster. Duke Doubled grabbed her by the collar, lifting her up. A tax-free inheritance on December 7th? LeBlanc looked at him, shocked. How did he understand? She put a finger to her lips and gave a mysterious wink. It's a secret. Please, don't say any more. I can be useful. Duke Doubled looked tired. LeBlanc pleaded earnestly, please adopt me, Duke. Duke Doubled turned to his attendant. How are the account books being revised? The attendant had a look of disbelief. Those words came from a 4-year-old child? Do you really believe her? They're changing the tax law just to target the national budget. It's completely absurd. If there's a tax loophole, they can just collect the tax directly. Doubled will suffer a huge loss because of this. Duke Doubled's gaze sharpened. Do you really think a 4-year-old would know the phrase surprise tax audit? His gaze was like a dagger of ice. The attendant broke out in a cold sweat. I'll go verify it right away. LeBlanc looked up at him. Did it work or not? Duke Doubled sat down in his chair and commented, I smell sickness and filth. The attendant bowed. I'll prepare a bath for the young lady immediately. LeBlanc's heart sank. They're planning to wash me up and then send me back? Was my information worthless? The little girl suddenly lunged forward. The attendant cried out in surprise. Doubled looked down, a hint of surprise in his blue eyes. LeBlanc hugged Doubled's leg tightly. She didn't want to die again. She didn't want to go back to the past again. Duke Doubled picked her up. What are you doing? LeBlanc spread her arms wide, beaming. Please hug me. Duke Doubled looked annoyed. Don't cause a scene. LeBlanc buried her face in Doubled's chest and whispered, I'll only eat a tiny bit. I'll never dream of being loved again. So I'm begging you. I like you, Duke. Please let me stay here. Duke Doubled froze, awkwardly holding the little girl, his body stiff. LeBlanc wrapped her arms around his neck like a koala on a tree. This was her only lifeline. The Empire of Vostenture possessed the largest territory in the world. In this nation, the power at the pinnacle was the state religion, Nereid. Its followers in white robes prayed devoutly, their faith upholding the empire. Alongside them was the supreme royal family, the emperor on his golden throne, looking down upon the empire and his subjects, and the pillars supporting the empire were the 5 great ducal houses. When blood flowed like a river, one family rose to become the sole pillar of power. The Doubled family, that terrifying family. And she was merely a guest of this family. LeBlanc sighed in relief. Thank goodness. I wasn't kicked out. She was finally allowed to stay in this castle, at least for now. The next part is crucial. A man frowned and asked, "What does Jumu mean?" LeBlanc announced in a childish voice in the ancient sand song plains, "Use intel from the temple and the royal family to pay the rent." The surrounding attendants were instantly petrified. They looked at LeBlanc in astonishment, then erupted with enthusiastic reactions. They all raised their thumbs. That's amazing! How can the young lady be so smart? LeBlanc smiled smugly. It's not like she could take this information with her anyway. The Duke's reaction was her happiness. 2 maids looked at each other and smiled, praising in unison as expected of the child of fate. That's right. LeBlanc's smile froze. It was all fake. Her memories before regressing were a weapon. A powerful weapon, but limited in a child's body. It was hard to maintain an adult's mindset. When she was tired, hungry, or suffered a great shock, she would revert to being a child and act like a real kid. A man reached out his hand. "Young lady, you're amazing." LeBlanc flinched. Terrified, she clung to the Duke like a frightened little animal. The attendants saw this and gossiped. The young lady is really scared of strangers, but not. She's only close to the Duke. She only opens up when she's sitting in his lap. LeBlanc pondered. It wasn't intentional, it was just that her memories of abuse made her afraid of adult men. Only when she was with the Duke. Duke Doubled, did she feel strangely at ease. Duke Doubled said softly, "Get down and sit properly." LeBlanc was obedient. She obediently let go. "Yes, sir." And just like that, she managed to stay at Doubled Castle. A maid gave her a piece of candy. "Thank you for sharing your precious story, young lady." LeBlanc excitedly reached out her hand. "Wow, candy." The maids whispered, "The Duke's new daughter is so cute." LeBlanc's small hand fumbled with the candy wrapper. "This wrapper is so hard to open." Duke Doubled reached out and took the candy from her hand. LeBlanc's eyes filled with tears. No matter how you change, you can't just steal candy from a child. But Duke Doubled unwrapped it and put the candy in her mouth. LeBlanc was stunned. The Duke said calmly, "If I give you candy, will you tell me about that family?" LeBlanc shook her head firmly. "No." Duke Doubled tilted his head slightly. "Why not?" LeBlanc replied in her small voice, "Because I'm on the Duke's side." The corner of Duke Doubled's mouth seemed to lift into a smile. LeBlanc was stunned. Did he just smile? The maid stepped forward. "We will escort the young lady." The Duke grabbed the back of LeBlanc's collar. "Don't let her run around." LeBlanc's body dangled in midair. As expected, how could a cold-blooded animal like him know how to smile? But even if he was cold-blooded, it was fine, because Duke Doubled was the master of this paradise. The attendants surrounded LeBlanc. "Young lady, do you want to play with puzzles or go horseback riding? Linda is here." The maid named Linda looked at her in surprise. "Oh my, is the young lady that happy to see me?" LeBlanc leaned into the maid's ear and whispered, "This is a secret, okay? I like you the most, Linda." Linda covered her mouth, moved. Oh my. Just like that, an influential maid was won over. LeBlanc gave candy to a blonde maid and whispered, "This candy is only for Dahlia." Dahlia was flattered. "Why give such a precious candy only to me?" LeBlanc raised her finger. "This is a secret. I like you the most, Dahlia." Dahlia covered her mouth. Oh my. The person in charge of snacks was won over. LeBlanc then went to another maid. If you're sad, I'm sad too. This is a secret, okay? I like you the most. The maid was moved to tears. The keeper of the daily log was won over. The maids surrounded LeBlanc, squealing with joy. The young lady is too cute. LeBlanc blinked, enjoying her victory. Surrounded by the maids, she flashed a cunning smile. Even if Duke Doubled hated her like Valua did, the maids would help her. But the best was when a maid named Lily gently approached. Young lady, it's time for bed. In the darkness, people whispered. Why bring a fake child to the castle? Her divine power is said to be laughably low. LeBlanc curled up in a corner, shivering. Lily picked LeBlanc up, her voice angry. Can you all be quiet? Aren't you ashamed of talking behind a child's back? LeBlanc looked up at her, her eyes glistening. Even though she did nothing, Lily was still kind to her. Lily gently tucked LeBlanc in. Sleep well, young lady. Good night. LeBlanc replied softly. Yes. It was so warm under the blanket. Is this what it feels like to have a mother? It's so warm. Night enveloped the magnificent castle. Everything was silent and still. LeBlanc's eyes snapped open, her stomach growling unbelievably. Huh? Her eyes widened. I'm so hungry. Her adult mindset was no longer useful. She couldn't maintain it anymore. The foolish LeBlanc hadn't anticipated this. Maids surrounded the bed. Young lady, what should we do? She's still not awake. Should we just let her sleep? LeBlanc sat up in bed. When her mind regressed, she became a troublesome child. Pushing open the heavy door to her room, she wanted food. Acting rashly at night wasn't wise, but hunger pushed her forward. She took short steps, running down the hallway. The memory of starving to death came rushing back. LeBlanc tiptoed, sneaking into the kitchen. She greedily devoured a piece of bread. The maids suddenly appeared. Do you have a starving ghost in your stomach? LeBlanc choked on the bread, coughing violently. Her eyes were drawn to skewers of grilled meat. She unconsciously swallowed, her stomach rumbling again. It was loud. She crouched on the floor, utterly embarrassed. Blaine ran down the hallway, her whole body trembling. She was about to starve to death. Her adult way of thinking wasn't working anymore. She had to find something to eat. The small figure moved through the darkness, her short hair silvery white, her eyes a cold blue. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating Doubled's cold face. He crossed his arms, looking down at the little girl. She fell to the ground in fear, her pupils shrinking in terror. Mina's words echoed in her head. In Mina's world, Duke Doubled was famous for being a ruthless, cold-blooded man. He became cruel after being possessed by dark magic, even losing all compassion for others. He once sentenced a servant to death just for stealing a cake. The image of a guillotine flashed by. LeBlanc's mind went blank. She could die. Doubled's icy voice rang out. What are you doing in my castle? LeBlanc trembled violently, prostrating herself on the floor. Doubled's voice was flat. Are you the child of destiny? LeBlanc squeezed her eyes shut and yelled with all her might. Yes. Doubled's gaze sharpened. I hate liars. He stroked his chin. A child, a fraud, an intruder. How should I deal with this little thing? LeBlanc's body froze instantly. She immediately covered her mouth, her eyes welling with tears. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Doubled looked at her without expression. What do you want? Money, holy relics, or military secrets? LeBlanc shook her head frantically. No, that's not it. Doubled leaned down. Then what do you want? He lost his patience and growled softly, Speak. LeBlanc trembled, holding up a piece of bread she had picked up from the floor, as if offering the most precious tribute. Doubled was taken aback. He looked at the tiny figure and the cheap piece of bread in her hand, his face filled with confusion. Doubled sat on a lavish chair, one hand propping up his chin, his gaze deep as if reevaluating everything before him. Lily spoke slowly. The young lady went to bed early, so she didn't have dinner. Therefore, The Duke cut her off coldly, so she should pick up bread thrown away by a servant and eat it? The hall fell silent. The maids held their breath in fear. Doubled reached out his hand, his fingers long and cold. LeBlanc's face was filled with terror. She scrambled into Lily's arms. The atmosphere froze again. In Lily's embrace, LeBlanc saw a ripple in Doubled's composure. The little girl clearly understood him. Then why pretend to be a fool? The attendant whispered beside him, I think the young lady was just too scared. LeBlanc snuggled into Lily's arms, sobbing. I didn't mean to skip dinner. I really thought I was going to die. Lily held the little girl tightly, stroking her small back, her eyes full of pity and determination. She looked up, directly at Doubled. I thought I was going to die, LeBlanc whispered. I'm sorry, I'm always like this, always this useless. Lily held her shoulders. Don't say such things. Children should eat a lot and sleep a lot. LeBlanc hugged Lily tightly. I want to live here because Lily is here. A few days after the bread incident, life in the mansion returned to peace. Glenn walked on the red carpet, greeting the maids passing by. Hello, sisters. The maids replied, Hello, young lady. They melted at her cuteness. Doubled appeared ahead. LeBlanc stopped. He turned and headed toward a large door. LeBlanc followed in confusion. Doubled reached out his hand. I'll give you this. LeBlanc stepped into the room. There was nothing there. She looked around, stunned. Suddenly, the door behind her slammed shut. Planks were nailed across it, blocking the way. Doubled's cold voice echoed from outside. Lock it up so it can't cause trouble. LeBlanc shivered uncontrollably. Doubled observed her through a crack in the door. What's wrong with it? The attendant guessed. Perhaps she's still scared. The Duke turned his head and softly called, Lebraine. LeBlanc flinched and looked up, a flash of surprise in her eyes. He knew her name. Duke Doubled passed a few candies through the crack in the door. There are more over there. LeBlanc's gaze was drawn to them. Candy. Her little face flushed, and she unconsciously drooled. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a room filled with candies and cookies. The fragrance. Sweet smell hit her nose. LeBlanc was stunned. The little girl's jaw dropped, her eyes sparkling with pure joy. She dove into the sea of sweets, grabbing a cookie and stuffing it into her mouth, chewing happily. Doubled and his attendant stood at the door, silently watching her. She suddenly realized this room is like something out of a fairy tale. She had completely lost her mind and charged in here. Eating so much alone is boring. The little girl held out her small hand, inviting Doubled. Doubled looked at her silently. He stroked his chin. You look strange. Your cheeks look like they're about to explode. He reached out and gently pinched LeBlanc's puffed-up cheeks. LeBlanc's face immediately turned bright red. All right, since you're the Duke, I'll let it slide this time. She had to build a good relationship with the Duke to ensure she never had to hear those harsh words again. She would show him the survival skills of her fourth life. The little girl threw herself into the Duke's arms, smiling brightly. Thank you for the candy, sir. The corner of Doubled's mouth lifted into a smile. Of course. The peaceful days passed. The only minor incident was when LeBlanc took some candy to eat and was caught by Lily. Young lady, you've already eaten 7 of the Duke's candies. An old retainer presented a gift. This is a gift for the young lady. A bag shaped like an elephant. LeBlanc excitedly showed it to the maids. He gave it to me. The maids looked on with admiration. A smug smile appeared on LeBlanc's face. Perfect, my escape bag. A maid tied a giant blue bow on her. The little girl's big round eyes were full of questions. But why are you dressing me up today? You're so beautiful. Today we must introduce the young lady to the vassals. A lot of people will be coming. The maids excitedly surrounded LeBlanc. If the young lady is too cute, what if everyone faints? We also have a plan to sponsor a child. The young lady might make a good friend. An ancient tradition called the patronage system, a social contribution project of noble families, at least on the surface. In reality, it was a system for scouting talent. Gifted children would be trained into the ideal talents the family desired. The sponsored child would receive all kinds of support, a formal education based on the family's experience, integration into the patron family's social circle, and enormous financial support. Therefore, the more powerful the patron family, the more sought after the child. Now, even the children of rural nobles could be sponsored by top families. LeBlanc pondered, for the double-led family, the chosen child must be exceptional. Who could it be? Lily smiled and held out her hand. Shall we go? Footsteps echoed in the empty hallway. Lily led LeBlanc by the hand down the red carpet. A blond boy was surrounded by nobles. He greeted them confidently, "Hello, Viscount de Bos, Viscount Main, and Baron Lucas." A noble whispered in admiration, "Young Master Kaid is getting smarter. He's already memorized 30 names." LeBlanc listened quietly. "I have to make a good impression too." The little girl lifted her skirt and put on her sweetest smile. "Hello, everyone." The nobles' hearts melted instantly. "Oh my, who is this adorable little girl?" LeBlanc looked up. A boy was looking down at her from above. LeBlanc's smile froze on her lips, her pupils constricting violently. That boy, she didn't know who he was. She knew him. He was one of the worst people she had ever met. Marco Ciotti. When she was Duke Valua's daughter, she attended the academy. Marco Ciotti at that time revealed a fake smile. "LeBlanc, Lady Valua, could you come to my office for a moment?" He was a professor at the academy back then. He pushed LeBlanc into a chair. "Your academic performance this semester is excellent." He relentlessly harassed her. His goal was to become the Duke's son-in-law. You can't imagine how disgusting he was. He leaned his face close to LeBlanc. "With my help, it will be much easier for you." LeBlanc pushed him away forcefully. She couldn't take it anymore, so she reported him. But he turned it around, falsely accusing her of being the one who initiated it. He pointed at LeBlanc, who was desperately trying to explain, "She seduced me." He loudly defended himself in front of everyone. "Think about it, if she was really uncomfortable, she would have reported me long ago." Countless scrutinizing eyes were on LeBlanc. She stood alone in the darkness, surrounded by invisible criticisms. She was the victim from the start. She never thought a professor who taught her knowledge would have such malicious intent. He roared with a ferocious face, "If you hated it so much, why didn't you scream? In the end, you must have enjoyed it too." He wore a twisted smile. LeBlanc trembled all over because she was scared, because her body was frozen and she couldn't scream. Her voice was too small, no one listened to her. She was labeled as promiscuous and expelled from the academy. Back in the present, everyone was sitting around a conference table, chattering about the agenda. LeBlanc's fist clenched under the table. Anger burned within her. Just remembering him made her want to punch him. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Calm down, he's just a child now. If she hit him and then said it was because he would become scum in the future, she would just look like a crazy person. Marco Ciotti proudly declared, "My tutor and I have created several formulas together." The nobles praised him. He's already reached that level? It's unbelievable. At the academy, he was known for being an idiot, just like his time at the academy. His parents probably hired a real genius to create those formulas for him. LeBlanc and Marco Ciotti sat next to each other in an awkward atmosphere. ID suddenly leaned in, flashing a malicious smile. "See?" LeBlanc looked at him doubtfully. "What?" Marco Ciotti leaned into her ear, whispering provocatively. "A fake like you can't beat me." LeBlanc's pupils dilated. Was she being threatened by a brat? She looked at him blankly. He thought she was just like him, also. A candidate for sponsorship? She closed her eyes, trying to calm her emotions. "Whatever, I'll just mind my own business." Marco Ciotti looked at her with contempt. "I heard you're a pitiful thing. They said the Empress threw you into the double-led family's trash heap because you're just like them, all trash." LeBlanc recalled that in her past lives. Before, she was foolish and naive. She was terrified of being abandoned, all alone in this world. When people said such things, she couldn't fight back, only bow her head. But after dying 3 times and living a fourth life, she was different now. She threw a powerful punch, hitting Marco right in the cheek. The surrounding nobles and servants' jaws dropped in shock. LeBlanc flashed a bright smile. She landed a continuous flurry of punches. 2, 3, 4 in a row. Marco's nose sprayed blood as he fell backward, completely knocked out. LeBlanc imagined herself in a boxing ring, raising her gloves in victory. "If you dare provoke me now, I'll bite back." The maids cheered with joy. As expected of the young lady, LeBlanc wins. A man jumped up, unable to believe his eyes, and roared in anger, "What the hell is this?" The guests looked at each other, buzzing. A blond man rushed over, anxiously asking, "Are you okay?" It was Marco's father. Marco clutched his swollen red cheek, sitting on the floor in disbelief. "That crazy brat." LeBlanc pointed her finger. "He said I came here because the doubles are trash." Those words echoed clearly in everyone's ears. The entire hall froze. Silent. LeBlanc watched everyone's reaction. Why is it like this? In the end, LeBlanc realized. Did I still make a mistake? Everyone might get angry, saying violence is unbecoming of a noble. But the maids and manservants were in tears. Is it because of us? Were you angry for us? Oh my, the young lady is truly an angel. LeBlanc was bewildered. What? She just wanted to punch Marco. Marco jumped up and argued. Why would I say that? That thing is lying. A cold glint flashed in Doubled's eyes. How dare you speak like that to the child under my protection? Marco's father frantically made excuses. My son would absolutely never call the Doubleds that. It was just a slip of the tongue. Doubled looked at him coldly. If you insist, I'll give you a chance. He leaned close to Marco, his voice bone-chilling. Even if I break your legs and gouge out your eyes, can you swear that what you said is the truth? If you can, I'll overlook the chaos you've caused. Again. His voice grew darker. If you can't prove it, this won't end with just you. Doubled's eyes narrowed. I'll ask again, was what my child said a lie or the truth? Marco trembled, his lips stammering, it's the truth. No matter how cunning Marco was, his opponent was Duke Doubled. He would never dare to lie in front of him. Marco shouted, it's the truth. Marco's father's face went pale. He grabbed his son's shoulder. Marco, you. He dropped to his knees, clutching Doubled's hem. I beg for your mercy, I have committed a capital crime. Doubled emotionlessly swatted his hand away. Deal with them. The knights rushed in, dragging the wailing father and son out of the banquet hall. Outside the banquet hall, the sun was as beautiful as ever. The guests gathered, their eyes filled with adoration. That little girl confidently facing a boy twice her size was just spectacular. How can she be so admirable? LeBlanc thought to herself, everyone here is a trusted vassal of the Duke. I've made a good impression on them. She turned back. To start over, have I also made a good impression on the Duke? After all, I stood up for him. A man reached out his hand. The little girl is so cute. LeBlanc flinched, startled by the sudden movement, and quickly hid behind the Duke. Someone whispered, I heard the young lady is very afraid of strange men, but she lets the Duke hold her. It's because she likes the Duke, I think. Come to think of it, she only smiles at the Duke. Being loved so much, you must be very happy. Doubled sat on his chair, his eyes closed. The rejected man cried. The one who has it will never understand the pain of the one who has nothing. I'm so jealous. The Duke opened his eyes. How troublesome. LeBlanc puffed out her cheeks. She just wanted to live in harmony, yet he was so harsh. As the saying goes, after hardship comes happiness. LeBlanc stood in the bustling market, spreading her arms wide, embracing this freedom. Lily held her hand. She was allowed to go out and play, her curious eyes taking in everything. She suddenly stopped. There was a toy store. She remembered something. The winter doll. It was about to go on sale. A white rabbit doll that was a huge hit during this era. If you hugged it tightly, it would say, I love you. LeBlanc pondered. This doll was very popular in her first life. She looked up, her eyes full of expectation, at her father. Father, I want that doll. Her father's voice was cold. The money to buy that doll could save countless people who are starving to death. He looked down at the small LeBlanc. Do you still want that doll? LeBlanc bowed her head. No, sir. A look of approval appeared on her father's face. Very commendable. You didn't get a doll today, but you gained compassion and empathy. LeBlanc stood rooted to the spot. Actually, she really wanted it. After she turned 18, Mina received that doll as a gift from their father. Seeing Mina jump for joy like a child, the Duke's smile was even brighter than when he taught her about empathy. LeBlanc shook her head hard. Don't think about that time anymore. Lily asked gently, Young lady, since we're out, shall we buy a toy? LeBlanc thought to herself, she must think I want to buy a toy. Lily is so kind. I stepped into the store. Lily smiled and said, Young lady, feel free to choose. LeBlanc's eyes lit up, her hands covering her mouth. Really? The maids in the distance chimed in, Of course, young lady. You're so cute. LeBlanc looked around excitedly. Then, her steps suddenly halted, her eyes fixed in awe. This is... LeBlanc looked at a bright red carnation. A boutonniere. She suddenly remembered. That's right, Thanksgiving is coming soon. Thanksgiving is a day when children give flowers to their parents to express their gratitude. LeBlanc considered it. Buying that for them wouldn't be bad, but toys, she had nothing. Looking at the toy shelf full of attractive items, there was something I wanted to buy too. Her cheeks puffed out, her mouth turning down in a pout. I can't waste this opportunity on toys. Lily was confused. But that's not a toy. LeBlanc explained. I heard the kids at the orphanage really like this. I want to use it as a gift too. Lily understood. Thanksgiving is coming soon, isn't it? LeBlanc thought, if I do this for Lily, she'll probably like me more. I was originally going to give it to the Duke. But LeBlanc shook her head. It's better not to bother him, or I might lose his favor. Lily spoke up. Then let's go buy a boutonniere now. LeBlanc hugged the gift tightly, nodding her head vigorously. Yes, I'll bring it back to the castle to give to Lily. A gift is best when it's a surprise. In the grand hall of the castle, 3 nobles walked on the red carpet, their shadows stretching behind them. One noticed a flower. He teased his friend, Oh, a carnation boutonniere? He asked curiously, Did your daughter give it to you? The father laughed. Heartily. Ha, that's right. She pinned it on me herself. Said it was a Thanksgiving gift. I think this is the happiness of a lifetime. Man. He spread his arms wide. Nothing is better than the joy of raising children. What's the use of fame and fortune? It can't compare to a child's heart. Another noble nodded in agreement. That's right. What's the point of piling up wealth in a vault? Doubled stood to the side, listening with an expressionless face, his gaze cold. A noble turned to Doubled. Duke, when you receive a carnation, you must feel that happiness too, right? Another chimed in, That's right. I really feel sorry for those who've never received a carnation. Doubled's answer was sharp. I wouldn't know. The atmosphere instantly froze. The 3 nobles gaped. What? Doubled tilted his head, his voice frighteningly calm. I have never received a carnation. A noble exclaimed, Not even once? The other followed, But you have 3 sons. No matter how cold the Doubled family was, how could this be possible? The noble tried to smooth things over. Sons are just not that considerate. He forced a laugh. They only know how to say thank you. That's it. Doubled's gaze swept over them. I haven't even heard a thank you. The 3 nobles looked at each other. The more they said, the worse it got. One of them suddenly widened his eyes. What's that? At the end of the hall, a man. LeBlanc walked in, holding Lily's hand. The little girl held up a bouquet of bright red carnations. The nobles excitedly turned to Doubled. Duke, look. It's carnations. They were overjoyed. Young Lady LeBlanc must be very grateful to her guardian, so she went to buy flowers herself. Carnations are a symbol of joy. A barely perceptible smile touched Doubled's lips. The noble bent down and whispered in LeBlanc's ear, "Since it's like this, why not give it to him now? This is the best time." LeBlanc held the bouquet with both hands. It was her first time giving flowers, and she was a little shy. It's okay if the recipient doesn't accept them. She held out the bouquet towards Lily. Lily covered her mouth in surprise. "You want to give this to me?" "Thank you, young lady, I'll treasure it." The Duke's eyes immediately turned icy. The three nobles drooped. They bowed their heads. "We didn't know it was a gift for the maid." LeBlanc and Lily held hands, spinning happily. Doubled's back was rigid. He growled softly, that name, LeBlanc. LeBlanc froze, taking a sharp breath in fear. She slowly turned her head. Doubled's gaze was like a dagger of ice. "Don't I get one?" LeBlanc replied cheerfully, "Nope, nothing at all." She thought to herself, "The Duke hates me, I'm not going to embarrass myself." Doubled's anger froze over. The nobles were as silent as cicadas in winter. That night, an order spread throughout the Doubled territory. Thanksgiving is cancelled. On a beautiful morning, LeBlanc rolled around in bed like a satisfied kitten. Lily really liked that boutonniere. She had been cherishing it and wearing it for days. The attendant entered the room. "Young lady, would you like to go to the Duke's office?" LeBlanc sat up. Yes. Today was the day she had to report her recent situation to the Dowager Empress. The attendant looked down at LeBlanc. "You seem cheerful today." The maids waved goodbye at the door. "Have a safe trip." The attendant led LeBlanc down a long red carpet, through the magnificent golden hall. She saw servants carrying large chests. "What are those?" The attendant replied respectfully, "We are arranging His Majesty's birthday gifts." LeBlanc's eyes lit up. "Now that you mention it, at this time of year, all the nobles were busy preparing gifts. Even those who didn't care about small benefits would prepare gifts as a sign of respect. Even Duke Valua." A memory flashed by. "Father, are you out of money?" He wouldn't even hesitate to go into debt to prepare gifts with all his might, only spending lavishly on such occasions. But at heart, he was still a stingy miser, especially towards her. The her of the past, naive and foolish, once bought him an expensive fountain pen as a gift. Father flew into a rage. "You parasitic worm." He violently grabbed her hair and dragged her away. "Go reflect on yourself." His sons discussed it. "Brother, you didn't buy a pen?" The brother forced a smile. What parent asks their child for school supplies? The younger brother wondered, but why did LeBlanc get scolded? The older brother turned and walked away. Because she's not father's real child. It was in that moment she understood. Because she wasn't his real child, even the smallest thing would be hated. This meant she had to risk her life to struggle. She had to do something to win Duke Doubled's favor. If she kept hesitating, the chance to be adopted would. A knock echoed. The attendant reported, "The little girl has been brought." Duke Doubled sat at his desk. LeBlanc ran over eagerly. Doubled looked up, his gaze as sharp as ice. LeBlanc flinched. "Why does he look so unhappy? Did I do something wrong?" The attendant gently reassured her, "He's not angry." LeBlanc secretly sighed in relief. "He's not mad at me, so he's mad about something else. What could it be?" The attendant squatted down and whispered to LeBlanc, "Next time, please prepare 2 carnations." LeBlanc felt like she'd been struck by lightning. She had forgotten. The money at the general store was all from the Doubled house. She just took things without thinking. It must have cost a lot of money. She lowered her head sadly. "I spent so much money and didn't buy anything for the Duke. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? But if I go buy one now, it will look like I'm deliberately taunting him in a stingy way. No, I have to do something to make him happy." A fighting spirit ignited in her eyes. "Among the information I know, is there anything that could be useful? This is a birthday gift. He'll definitely like this." LeBlanc's gaze fell on an ornate jewelry box. Why put a rock in such a luxurious box? Dark energy radiated out from the box. That rock, it's glowing. The stone floated up, emitting an ominous red light. A magic circle opened up beneath it. LeBlanc's body jerked violently, her consciousness pulled into darkness. Duke Doubled's deep voice echoed in the void. "Kid, what is this?" LeBlanc was stunned. He wasn't speaking with his mouth, but directly into her mind. "I have waited for you for so long." LeBlanc's consciousness fell into a sea of blood-red flowers. Dark energy consumed her. "My child." A loud explosion erupted. The attendant exclaimed, "An earthquake." Doubled stood firm. He calmly ordered, "Send an expedition team to Mount Ubase. This could be a sign of a volcanic eruption." The light gradually faded, and everything returned to silence. LeBlanc still hadn't recovered. "Is it over?" What was that? The light from the six-pointed star had entered her body. Worse, her body wouldn't obey her, as if it no longer belonged to her. Her hand unconsciously reached out and clenched the stone. The stone crumbled into dust in an instant. The three of them were stunned. What just happened? The attendant's pupils shrank as he muttered in disbelief. Was that Newt? LeBlanc was terrified. If it really was Newt, she had heard legends about it for 3 lifetimes. Its power was unimaginable. Newt was a relic of an evil god. The attendant looked at Doubled. "This isn't the little girl's fault. It was just poorly stored. Otherwise, there's no reason it would suddenly crumble to dust." Doubled closed his eyes. How troublesome. LeBlanc trembled. She didn't do it on purpose. Not only did she fail to please him, but she also caused a disaster. Doubled's face was shrouded in shadow. "Don't cause any more trouble. Go back to your room." LeBlanc's body stumbled and she fell backward, her consciousness sinking into darkness. A voice called out invitingly, "My child." In the darkness, she saw a man, Duke Amidi, her kind, prudent, and righteous father. She had once deeply admired him. To live as his daughter, she had given up many things, but it was okay. She felt fulfilled. However, there was always a wall between her and her father. Duke Amidi gave her a room and taught her noble etiquette. He also dined with her, but that was all. He never opened his heart, never treated her as his own daughter. Mina called out cheerfully, "Father." She hugged Amidi tightly. Amidi looked at her dotingly. "You're all grown up and still acting spoiled." Mina retorted, "So what? Of course I can cling to my father. Already." But with Mina, he was completely different. Amidi looked at Mina, a radiant smile on his face that had never been seen before, a smile that she never received. "It's okay, that's normal. Mina is the true child of destiny. She can bring rain during a drought, becoming the hope of the poor and sick. What a good child. I just need to try a little harder. Father will definitely see me too. Just sleep a little less, try a little harder." "You idiot. You shameless rat. Do you think I can't find you just because you hide? You should at least die. Die in a ditch somewhere so someone else can clean you up. You useless bitch." LeBlanc clasped her hands, begging incessantly. "Don't hit me. I'm sorry, I was wrong." She jerked awake. It was a dream. Right, I fainted. What should I do? The servants at the Doubled mansion are all very kind. Duke Doubled is also much better than the rumors say. LeBlanc's eyes grew moist, tears welling up in her big, round blue eyes. But if these people start to hate me too, fear washed over her like a tide. Thunder rumbled outside the window. LeBlanc looked out. What is that? Outside in the hallway, Lily walked with a stunned expression. The maids gathered together, their faces full of worry. Is the child okay? Didn't the doctor say they couldn't find the cause of her illness? Lily said, We've already given her fever medicine. A maid ran over in a panic. The child. Lily jumped in fright, her expression changing drastically. The door to the room was slammed open. A butler rushed into the study. Duke. He shouted in panic, the child is gone. Another butler hurried down the stairs. Young lady, where are you? The maids searched anxiously everywhere. She's not in the annex. Doubled stood downstairs, his expression cold as he listened to the servants' reports. Maybe. She went to the kitchen to find bread again. The butler replied, We've already looked, but she's not there. Doubled speculated, could it be an assassin targeting Doubled, Or did someone kidnap her because she's a noble? Or perhaps it's the hateful Senate. The child of destiny. A maid rushed in. Your Grace, she's here. Doubled spun around and rushed outside without a moment's hesitation. In the pouring rain, servants ran frantically around the garden. They finally found Lebraine by the flower bed. She stood alone, soaked to the bone, shivering in the rain. Lily rushed over. Young lady. LeBlanc's hands were clenched tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Doubled stood in the middle of the rain, staring at LeBlanc. You. LeBlanc walked barefoot, step by step, towards Doubled. Her steps were unsteady. She held out her small hand, offering a bright red flower that was soaked by the rain. Do you like flowers? She looked up, her eyes filled with tears. I did something wrong. Please forgive me. A memory came rushing back. Doubled had once coldly told LeBlanc, don't cause any more trouble, go back to your room. LeBlanc's eyes had widened in horror. I didn't mean to. Lily covered her mouth in shock. He looked at the child before him, speechless. He looked at her, then at the wet flower. That rain. The child's face was pale, looking so pitiful. Then, Doubled reached out and took the flower. He took LeBlanc to the bathroom and sat her on the edge of the tub. She clenched her fists. Was one carnation still not enough? After all, I destroyed that newt stone. Why bring me to the bathroom? Is it water torture? Doubled said nothing, just squatted down and gently placed LeBlanc's cold feet into the warm water. LeBlanc was stunned. She looked at Doubled, her eyes filled with disbelief. Doubled gently wiped LeBlanc's feet. He asked in a low voice, does it hurt? LeBlanc shook her head vigorously. It doesn't hurt. Doubled was silent. LeBlanc secretly glanced at him. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. The little girl added in a small voice, just a tiny bit. Doubled's movements became gentler. He said softly, don't wander around the castle late at night anymore. LeBlanc couldn't believe it. Is that all? He's not angry? Doubled's hand gently patted her head, a gesture surprisingly gentle. He looked at her, a hint of a smile in his eyes. I'm not angry. LeBlanc's eyes lit up. For some reason, her feet didn't hurt anymore, and his gaze was no longer as scary as before. The early morning sun filled the castle, and birds chirped outside the window. These days, LeBlanc had been living in fear, as if walking on thin ice. But Doubled really didn't scold her, not even showing a hint of annoyance. The little girl peeked her head out from behind the door, secretly observing the carnation he had accepted. It was quietly placed in a vase. The flower bloomed under the sunlight. LeBlanc was full of doubt. He didn't throw away the flower she gave him, he even displayed it. What is he thinking? Duke Doubled, the man rumored to have massacred an entire tribe. Just because he was unhappy. Yet, these past few days, he even ate his meals with her. Linda approached. Young lady. LeBlanc tilted her head, puzzled. The maid smiled and said, please prepare to receive the merchant. Would the young lady like to come see? There will be many novel items. Let's go see. It will surely be interesting. LeBlanc suddenly understood. So this was to prepare a tribute for the emperor. To replace the newt stone she had broken. The little girl happily clenched her small fists. Great. The maids gathered. The merchant will be here in a little while. Let's go to the library first. LeBlanc cheerfully raised her hands. Okay. In the library, a maid spread her arms wide. Choose a book. The young lady can learn about social etiquette in advance. Another maid proudly held up a book. This one, 101 Ways to Make Friends. A muscular maid approached, holding a pink-covered book. A good book should be like this. The title on the cover read, Beat Them Like Scum. The maids fought over the books, creating a commotion. LeBlanc felt happy. I still have to pretend I can't read, so I'll just pick whichever one has a pretty cover. The little girl went to the bookshelf, her eyes drawn to a book with no title. It looked very old and emitted an ominous aura. LeBlanc opened the book. The most divine achievement of the founding emperor. Fried was defeating the evil god Evan and sealing his power. According to the records of Evan, for the evil god to manifest, it requires information about the evil god Evan. Two conditions must be met. First, contact with the godstone, which is the key to awakening the dormant power. Second, sacrificing a vessel that can withstand that power. LeBlanc's pupils constricted violently. The little girl stared at the words on the page. Godstone. LeBlanc frowned. Why does it always have to involve evil gods? It's so annoying. The god of justice, Nereid, the protector god of the empire, sealed the source of all evil for the sake of humanity. Over time, the seal gradually weakened. To reseal the evil god, the power of the child of destiny, Mina, was needed. And she was the sacrifice in that sealing ritual. A painful ritual. It was agonizing. She only wished for a quick death. A maid peeked in. Young lady. LeBlanc snapped back to reality. The lion is so scary. The maids immediately surrounded her. So that's it. Our baby was scared by the lion. Another maid imitated a lion's roar. The big bad lion roared, so the young lady was scared? LeBlanc shook her head. Actually, it wasn't that scary. She clenched her fists and made a cutely scary face. It's so scary. Lily approached. Young lady. LeBlanc's eyes were full of anticipation. Has the merchant arrived yet? Lily smiled and bent down. Yes. Would you like to go see? LeBlanc spread her arms. Yes. This must be Doubled's audience chamber. That must be the tapestry of the founding emperor. It's just like the legends. It was. Woven with ancient characters. After conquering the frozen lands, Duke Doubled obtained this tapestry. The bloodstain on the sword has not yet dried, symbolizing Doubled's glorious military achievements. Even the royal family coveted this treasure, but couldn't get it from Doubled. It has almost become a symbol of the family's military power. The nobles who protect the country competed to imitate it, using tapestries to decorate their halls. Footsteps approached from a distance, calm and powerful. A man entered the great hall. It was the merchant, Turba. LeBlanc's pupils constricted. Why is he here? Turba took off his hat and bowed respectfully. To be summoned by you is my greatest honor. Doubled sat on his throne, his attendant standing beside him. We need a replacement for Newt. Turba replied confidently, then you've found the right person. The only merchant who can match Newt is me, Turba. He was once a slave in the kingdom, but now he's a merchant sought after by the great nobles. But LeBlanc knew he was a con artist who specialized in selling fake paintings to the royal family. After that incident, many of his previous scams were exposed, causing a huge uproar. LeBlanc pondered, he's not planning to scam Doubled too, is he? Turba opened a chest. Then I would like to recommend this. Doubled asked curiously, what is that? A stone tablet lay quietly inside, covered in ancient characters. Turba introduced the stone tablet to everyone. This is a stele marking the descent of the ancient gods. A noble said, a stele that carries the divine presence would be considered a holy relic, right? Another added, a holy relic from the gods themselves is better than a relic from an evil god. The attendant nodded in agreement. This will be the perfect coming-of-age gift, Your Grace. Doubled examined the stone tablet. Are you sure this is a stele of divine descent? Turba was full of confidence. Historical documents have similar records. Moreover, the powerful divine energy contained within it has been verified. The nobles looked at each other and smiled. If it's been verified by the temple, then the head of the Turba Merchant Guild is reliable. Turba continued to boast, this is something I found with my own hands on the ancient plateau. Even when I was attacked by magical beasts, I didn't give up. He spread his arms, his voice full of emotion. I believed that one day it would surely help someone, so I couldn't leave. This stone tablet behind. The nobles were moved by his story. You've worked hard. How thoughtful. Doubled propped his chin on his hand, his gaze sharp. Enough nonsense. Name your price. Turba held up one finger. If your grace wishes to trade, I will offer it for 1 billion francs. Everyone took a sharp breath. 1 billion. That's a unit of the national budget. A noble gasped in shock. That's not a small number. Even if Doubled is a millionaire, he can't spend so extravagantly. But this is the only thing that can replace Newt. LeBlanc's heart clenched. What? The little girl made up her mind, spreading her arms to expose him. LeBlanc. Turba spun around, his eyes locked on LeBlanc. So you are the child of destiny. A pleasure, a pleasure. Please come closer and see. A noble quickly intervened. That's enough. What if the child damages it? LeBlanc hurried forward and squatted in front of the stone tablet. Turba had an expectant look on his face. Do you feel the power of the gods? He chuckled. Being the child of destiny, who knows, you might be able to read. The ancient characters. A noble frowned. A child who can't even speak the imperial language fluently, how could she decipher ancient characters? Turba gave a fake laugh. Of course. I was just kidding. LeBlanc stroked the stone tablet, muttering, he worked hard his whole life for his family. He rests here, in eternal sleep. It's a good thing we looked closely. The noble of law was utterly astonished. How can the young lady understand the content on the stele? Even the highest-ranking members of the National Temple have difficulty deciphering ancient texts as only a few characters have been decoded. But in 10 years, the situation will be completely different. A flesh-and-blood translator of ancient languages will appear. Of course, even 10 years later, the number of people who can read it can be counted on one hand. It's completely different from modern writing and extremely difficult to decipher. Until she died, only 3 people had learned the ancient language. The future Crown Prince Andrian, Johann Doubled, the eldest son of Duke Doubled, and her, LeBlanc. LeBlanc's thoughts raced. He lied from the very beginning. He claimed the stele was excavated in the ancient plateau. She had been to that place, Talus, which was in the complete opposite direction of the ancient plateau. The 3 nobles were in disbelief. Is that really what's written on it? The young lady can read the ancient language? You mean that's not a divine stele, but a tombstone? LeBlanc nodded slightly. Yes. The attendant took a deep breath. Really? LeBlanc clenched her fists. I can do it. The purple-haired noble exclaimed in surprise, how is that possible? Have you studied it before, young lady? She had anticipated this question and prepared an answer. LeBlanc puffed out her chest. Let me show everyone. Everyone was amazed. LeBlanc is only 4 years old. She's just a child, so cute. What lies could a 4-year-old tell? A sly smile touched LeBlanc's lips. Mina had answered the same way. Mina put her index finger to her lips. How can I read it? She clasped her hands, her expression innocent. It just came to me naturally. I don't know why either. Everyone was astonished back then. As expected of the child of destiny, born with divine power. It was then that she learned how to use the title, Child of Destiny. LeBlanc propped her chin on her hand and smiled innocently. Technically, I am still the child of destiny. Turba roared in anger, you fraud. He waved his hand. Everything I said has proof. The temple will prove it all. He advanced aggressively. But how will you prove it? That this child can read the ancient language, that's the real issue. LeBlanc looked at him coldly. Proof? It's probably fake. The nobles stood to the side, their expressions grave. The atmosphere instantly froze. Turba continued. The only one who could write the ancient language was the founding emperor. How could a child like this? LeBlanc bowed her head. This situation was completely different from Mina's. She was the suspected child of destiny, not favored like Mina. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. She had to prove herself, prove she could read the ancient language. LeBlanc's childish voice rang out, blessings upon the one who carries the mission, Friedensis Men Kali. Duke Doubled's pupils constricted sharply. The true name of the founding emperor. The nobles cried out in shock. That name. You're saying that's Fried the First's true name. The attendant's face also changed. If his middle name was Seaman, the Seaman tribe, a tribe considered creations of an evil god, a tribe whose very name was taboo. If the founding emperor came from a cursed tribe, once this secret was revealed, the emperor would not be able to find The royal family chose to hide his origins, erasing the founding emperor's middle name from all records. Therefore, only a very small number of people knew his real name, members of the royal family and a few great nobles. LeBlanc looked up, her smile bright and innocent. So, Your Grace. What I read is the truth. I can read his real name. This was irrefutable proof. The nobles looked at each other. It seems we have no choice but to believe her. How is this possible? Is this child really the child of destiny? I thought she was just smart, but this is far beyond normal. The nobleman thought, I don't know what she can do. The purple-haired noble suddenly realized. Wait a minute. Doesn't that mean Turba lied to us? He pointed straight at Turba's face, furious. Turba's face was ashen, and he trembled. I swear in the name of the gods, I am in this position. Doubled's smile was cold. Ridiculous. Now you're seeking proof from a child. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. When you face a difficult question, you use the gods as a shield. Turba backed away in fear. That's LeBlanc. She observed. I know that feeling. It's terrifying, isn't it? The Duke must have noticed my recent laziness. He probably sensed something. Doubled's voice was like ice. It seems I've been too lenient lately. Even insects want to crawl all over me. His eyes blazed with anger. Northern Guard, drag this messenger of the gods to the dungeon. Doubled turned, striding down from the platform without a hint of hesitation. Get me a clear answer about the stone tablet, even if you have to. Cut his stomach open. We have to see if there's a divine mark inside. The attendant bowed and acknowledged the order. Yes. Turba raised his hands in panic. Wait, Your Grace, I have committed a capital crime. The interrogation hadn't even started, and Turba had already confessed everything. Doubled sat behind his desk, the attendant standing beside him reporting. He confessed he needed money, so he resorted to fraud. In a deal with the Pope, he was forced to obtain a holy relic. The price was so high that he resorted to any means necessary. LeBlanc crawled onto the table, curiously peeking over. What kind of holy relic would make him risk fraud like that? It's this. An old piece of parchment was spread out, a complex magic circle drawn on it. This is the Adwan. Mina held the holy relic in her hands. A holy relic that allowed her to wield great power, a holy relic considered proof of the child of destiny. LeBlanc carefully observed the parchment, but its color was different from Mina's Adwan. Mina's was platinum, this one is platinum. Or gold. Even the gem on top seems different. The little girl suddenly realized, this isn't the Adwan the temple has. A cold smile played on Doubled's lips. The second Adwan has appeared. Mitty suddenly understood. Now I see why Turba went crazy. We continue to explain. Adwan is the divine symbol of the Nerya's faith. So where is this Adwan now? His face became serious. At the bottom of the sea. But there's a problem. It's not in the Empire's territorial waters, it's just 10 meters past the border. It falls into the territorial waters of a neighboring country. Therefore, the Knight Order cannot act directly. The Nereid Church is the state religion of the Empire, so it cannot interfere there. LeBlanc understood. So that's it. Turba was planning to trade with a foreign king. No wonder. When he needed a fake item, holy relics like the Adwan must be held by us. The attendant tentatively asked, Are you planning to negotiate with a foreign king? Doubled sneered. Why bother with that? We'll just declare war. LeBlanc's eyes lit up. Wow, what a great idea. The little girl secretly resolved not to mess around anymore. Standing before Doubled's desk, reporting on the aftermath of the Turba incident. Thanks to the young lady, a sincere smile on his face, because Turba collapsed, we found a clue about the second Adwan. LeBlanc blinked innocently. Really? Getting the Adwan means I can prove I'm the child of destiny. What a bargain. The little girl tilted her head. I wonder if the Duke thinks so too. Oh well, let's just try. She tiptoed, peeking her head out, staring at Doubled's back. Her small hand grabbed the hem of his robe. Doubled's gaze paused. LeBlanc spread her arms wide, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Duke, hug me. Please hug me. Doubled stood frozen in place, not saying a word. In his eyes, LeBlanc's eyes flashed with determination. LeBlanc can be a bad child, or she can be a good child. She can grow up well on her own, without causing trouble for anyone. LeBlanc's eyes were filled with pleading. So I'm begging you, Duke, please be my father. Doubled bent down and gently picked LeBlanc up. He looked down, looking at the little girl. All right, like this? LeBlanc closed her eyes in relief. She rubbed her head against his chest. He didn't explicitly promise to be her father, but this was enough. LeBlanc closed her eyes tightly. In Doubled's arms, tears streamed down her face, but a smile bloomed on her lips. The Duke doesn't find me annoying because he's smiling at me. LeBlanc sat alone on the carpet in her room, looking at her small feet. She decided to put on her own socks. Her small hand clumsily held the sock, struggling to pull it onto her foot, trying again and again. Finally, the sock was on. LeBlanc puffed out her chest with pride. I did it. I put on my own socks. She emotionally hugged LeBlanc. Well done, young lady. You've grown up so much. The maids surrounded her, chirping with praise. You learned how to do it yourself after just a few tries. LeBlanc put her hands on her hips, her expression smug. I'm going to find the Duke. The maids were buzzing. Is she finally going to speak up? Lily gently encouraged her. That's right. Go show your master what you can do. LeBlanc nodded. With a firm nod, she turned and ran towards the study. Doubled was handling paperwork. The attendant standing beside him suddenly spoke up. The young lady is here. Doubled looked up towards the door. LeBlanc rushed into the study, spreading her arms wide. I know how to put on my own socks now. A hint of a smile flickered in Doubled's blue eyes. Is that so? LeBlanc's small face was full of seriousness. The Duke doesn't hate me like before. He even held me. I have to prove I'm not a child who always needs help. If I perform well, maybe the adoption will be finalized. Essentially, this is an interview. LeBlanc's small hand gripped the top of the sock. She aligned it with her toes and pulled with all her might. The sock was still hanging there. She looked at her foot in confusion. That's not right. It's not supposed to be like this. The nobles watching from the side smiled gently. They found this child fascinating, as if they were watching a special performance. Once more, LeBlanc took a breath, tried again and again. Failure. She cried out in frustration. Again. Everyone clenched their fists, trying to hold back their laughter. LeBlanc's face flushed. I look so pathetic. Lily peeked her head through the door, quickly making an excuse. The young lady did it just a moment ago. I saw it. Doubled's voice was like ice. I cannot tolerate someone who doesn't strive for improvement in my castle. Amiti bowed his head and replied, Yes, I understand. The Duke was just as strict with his own sons. His second and third sons were already at the elite academy in the capital. Even his eldest son was sent to a boarding school on the other side of the world. If he sends his own children away to study from such a young age, then an outsider will have no place. An outsider like me has even less of a right to stay unless I prove my worth. Doubled's voice rang out. While I'm away inspecting the territory, you'd better practice well. A fire of determination ignited in LeBlanc's eyes. She began. The baby clenched her small fists. I'll do my best. LeBlanc will be father's good daughter. The noble's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, I'm so jealous. The blue-haired noble smiled and asked, Does the young lady really like the Duke that much? LeBlanc looked up, her gaze firm. It's not like, it's love. A barely perceptible smile touched the corner of the Duke's mouth. Amiti laughed heartily beside him. LeBlanc was utterly shocked. Did he just laugh? No way. The next day, Duke Doubled departed to inspect his territory. LeBlanc walked alone down the empty hallway. The Duke said he'd be back in 20 days. I have to find a quiet place to practice putting on my socks. The little girl looked around for a suitable spot. Two people were facing off in a corner. The short-haired man looked agitated. How dare a priest from the temple barge into the castle without the Duke's permission? The red-haired man said, They claim they want to take the young lady away. The short-haired man roared, "This can wait until the Duke returns." The red-haired man looked arrogant. Currently, the Pope is the young lady's legal guardian. A guardian doesn't need the homeowner's permission to take their child. LeBlanc stood rooted to the spot, her face ashen. "They want to take me away." LeBlanc's eyes filled with tears. "If the temple captures me, they'll send me to Duke Valua's place." The Doubled family, a family with a short history, yet they achieved such prosperity. It was all thanks to their unique educational methods. They were born in the blood of their relatives, raised to be cold-blooded killers. And Theodore Doubled was the most perfect Doubled family head in history. He possessed overwhelming magical power, a perfectly balanced physique, and a sharp business mind. In just a few short years after inheriting the position of family head, he doubled the family's assets. He even had an extraordinary ability to completely eliminate his emotions. He was the embodiment of the perfect form the Doubled family strove for. Doubled had arrived at the territory inspection office. At the dining table, an official was furious. He pointed at another person. He was caught smuggling. "How dare you do this in front of His Grace the Duke?" Dark magic instantly spread, enveloping the entire room. Everyone turned their heads. "I sense magic. Possessing non-defensive magical tools is forbidden." The official was scared out of his wits. "This is just for communication. I was just asked to buy fabric for the children." The man with the crew cut spoke in a cold voice. "You need a magical communication tool to buy fabric? I'll have to check." "Hand it over." The official's wrist was grabbed, the crystal ball forcibly taken. The crystal ball let out a clear sound, and a light flashed. A voice came from it. LeBlanc's childish voice echoed throughout the room. "If I don't pronounce things correctly, will the Duke hate me?" The whole room burst into laughter. The officials were bent over laughing. "So cute. That's my payment for helping her buy fabric." The attendant thought, "I don't know what I can do." Seeing this, the corner of his mouth unconsciously lifted. "I'm curious. Why does the little girl like His Grace the Duke so much?" He glanced over with a blank face. "What a strange kid." LeBlanc's voice from the crystal ball continued, "Duke." The purple-haired man leaned closer. "Your Grace, isn't she adorable? She even said she wants to marry you." Doubled was ominously scary, a murderous aura spreading. Everyone present looked at him and immediately shut up. A chilling air enveloped them. He drew attention just by breathing. LeBlanc toddled through the flower garden, the pink bow on her head bobbing. The little girl turned around, a radiant smile on her face, her blue eyes sparkling like stars. "Duke." The mole on her neck, whenever she looked up at him, the skin there would stretch, and the mole would grow larger with it. Doubled's brow furrowed, a flicker of annoyance in his blue eyes. "Strange." Everyone immediately tensed up. "We've increased security." Doubled averted his gaze, his voice indifferent. "That's not my territory, no need to worry about it." The man with the crew cut looked serious. "Yes, but there have been frequent child kidnappings recently." An image flashed through Doubled's mind. A female bandit sneered. My, so cute. Let's play hide-and-seek." LeBlanc was trapped in a cage, crying in terror. "Duke, I hate hide-and-seek." Doubled fell silent. He clasped his hands together. "I can't let those people run rampant near my territory." The knights looked at each other tensely. "I will handle this personally. How should we clean up?" Doubled ordered, "Clean it up all the way to the border of the Roker territory." Speaking of which, the Roker territory has a very beautiful garden. Noble ladies often go there for picnics. LeBlanc wore a splendid dress and an elaborate hat. "I'm a proper lady now." The little girl lifted her skirt and curtsied elegantly. "Duke, I'm going out." Suddenly, a rough hand reached out from behind and snatched the little girl up. LeBlanc screamed at the top of her lungs. "I'm being kidnapped." Doubled's eyes were sharp. "Gaining a little goodwill around here wouldn't be bad." He ordered, "Clean up the Roker territory as well." Doubled's thoughts continued to wander. When she gets older, she might want to go horseback riding. Outside the Roker territory, there's a plain suitable for riding. LeBlanc wore riding gear. I'm so excited. I want to go horseback riding. A bandit kidnapped her. A scream tore through the sky. I'm being kidnapped. Doubled's gaze darkened. The plain. He then remembered that beyond the plain, there seemed to be a river suitable for swimming. Maybe she would want to go swimming. LeBlanc wore a swimsuit, her face full of anticipation. I want to go swimming. And so, in Doubled's mind, LeBlanc was kidnapped again and again. His orders were cold and absolute. Clean up every place. All the way to the Nogis River. The knights were terrified. Lily heard a noise and ran over. Young lady, what are you doing here? She picked up LeBlanc. LeBlanc said, he gave me the bag. But where is it? The little girl looked around, her blue eyes filled with confusion. Lily held up the stuffed elephant, smiling brightly. The bag is right here. Why were you looking for it, young lady? LeBlanc hugged her stuffed elephant. That is the little girl suddenly turned and ran off with her short steps. I can't tell you. Lily was stunned. Young lady. LeBlanc ran, thinking, this is something I have to do alone. If the priests of the order catch me, they'll take me to Duke Valua's house. Once I'm there, I can't escape. Her eyes were firm. So I have to run away now. If the order commands them to take me, the Dowager Empress will surely side with them. The Duke can't go against both the order and the royal family. The order will take me to Valua. At Valua, the security is strict, and I'll have no way out. I have to escape while the order is escorting me to the capital. LeBlanc tiptoed down the stairs and into the kitchen. A maid was wiping a cup. Seeing LeBlanc, she smiled and asked, Sweetheart, what are you doing here? LeBlanc looked up with her small face. Can I have some water, please? The little girl spread her arms wide in a grand gesture. A whole lot. The maids were charmed by her cuteness and immediately agreed. Of course. Do you need anything else? LeBlanc pointed at a water flask. Can I have this too? The maid readily agreed. Of course. She attached the full flask to LeBlanc's elephant-shaped backpack. LeBlanc secretly hid some snacks. She smiled smugly. Food, check. Water, check. Next, right, when I'm tired or sleepy, I'll turn back into a child. Candy is a must-have. LeBlanc's small hand reached into the candy jar. One piece isn't enough. 2 pieces won't make a difference. Her small hand grabbed a large handful from the jar and stuffed the candy into the elephant backpack. But the backpack was too small. Her little face scrunched up. It's already full with just 30 pieces of candy. I still need to pack a map, clothes, and shoes. LeBlanc's blue eyes sparkled. All right, now it's time to pack the most important thing. The little girl tiptoed, sneaking behind a door. She lifted the heavy red curtain. Inside was a pile of sparkling gold coins. LeBlanc hugged the money bag tightly. My precious money. This is the allowance I got from the servants. The little girl hugged the money bag, a mischievous smile on her face. With this much, then. Lily's voice suddenly rang out. Sweetheart. She bent down to look at LeBlanc. What kind of mischief are you planning? LeBlanc was startled. I was just packing my luggage. The little girl immediately gasped, realizing she had let it slip. Lily gently hugged LeBlanc. I guess we just have to send you off. This is a chance for you to grow up in a better environment, to be answered. Loved by your parents. You're so adorable, everyone will surely love you. She gently stroked LeBlanc's hair. LeBlanc blinked. Everyone who sees me won't like me. I'd rather jump into a manure pit than go there. But I can't ask Lily for help either. She's just a servant. If I ask for her help, I'll only put her in danger. Lily held LeBlanc's hand. Let's go. I've prepared some snacks for you. LeBlanc whispered a soft, okay. The maids surrounded LeBlanc, who held back her tears. Oh, don't cry. We have to send our little one off happily. The pink-haired girl playfully poked LeBlanc. Sweetheart likes fairy tales, right? Let's listen to one while we eat cake. The maids couldn't hold back their tears and sobbed, hugging each other in a group. LeBlanc ate the cake. It's delicious. The horseback riding was also fun. I don't want to leave. The memories of the Doublet estate made her incredibly sad. LeBlanc's blue eyes welled up with tears. Compared to her past life, this place was truly a paradise. The maids frantically gathered around. Why is our sweetheart crying? Who made our sweetheart cry? Who was it? I'll teach them a lesson. Once I leave, I'll never see Lily again. If Duke Doubled were here, at least I wouldn't have to see Lily again. There would still be a glimmer of hope that I wouldn't have to leave. LeBlanc suddenly burst into tears. I want to see the Duke. I never thought I'd miss that cold-blooded man, but no matter how much I cry, nothing will change. The day of the transfer finally arrived. The attendant glared at the priests below. How can you be so rude? A young priest took off his hood, a bright smile on his face. Behind him were other priests. This is an order from His Holiness the Pope. The maids surrounded a chest, fumbling with the packing. We need to add another blanket. It might get cold on the way. The young priest bowed, smiling brightly. Have you been living well lately? LeBlanc stood rooted to the spot. The priest continued. It must have been hard for you in a place with no friends or family, right? You don't have to worry anymore. We've found someone who will raise you with love. Love. Duke Valua will become your kind father. He will surely raise you with love. LeBlanc's pupils constricted violently. Valua, that name exploded in her mind. Raise me with love? Ridiculous. That bastard only raised me with a stick. The temple chose Valua not for her sake. When she awakened her powers as a child of destiny, they just chose an obedient family, one that was easy to exploit. The priest held out his hand. Come here. LeBlanc backed away in fear. I don't want to. I absolutely will not repeat the same mistakes. The priest grabbed LeBlanc's arm. You have to go now. LeBlanc struggled. It hurts. Let go. The priest grabbed LeBlanc's arm. You have to go now. He roared. If you act like this, you'll be locked in a dark room. You naughty child. Stubbornness must be taught with a stick. Your father at least spared your life. Memories of her past life flooded back like a torrent. Abuse, starvation, being locked in a dark basement. The past replayed, and she couldn't breathe. LeBlanc's body trembled uncontrollably. The priest leaned his face close to hers. What trick are you trying to pull? Get your filthy hands off. My daughter, an icy voice rang out. LeBlanc looked up in the direction of the voice. The priest turned his head in shock. Duke Doubled? Why are you here? Doubled's eyes were like ice. I told you not to touch my daughter. He exuded a menacing aura. The priest's face went pale. He argued, the child has been decided to be entrusted to the Valua house. Doubled's eyes swept over him. Then let's reconsider. The knights drew their swords, the cold blades resting on the priest's neck. The priest collapsed to the ground, unable to move. This is absurd. Doubled looked down at him, his voice devoid of warmth. I didn't give you permission to speak. LeBlanc looked up, her eyes welling with tears. She called out softly, trembling, Your Grace. Doubled looked at LeBlanc's injured hand. He declared coldly, Go and relay my message. From today on, this child is being adopted by the Doubled family. The priest's wrist was broken. Blood dripped down as he screamed in agony. Doubled picked LeBlanc up. From now on, if you want to discuss this child, you'd better bring the holy knights with you. LeBlanc clutched his shirt. Your Grace. Doubled looked down at the little girl, his large hand gently wiping away the tear stains on her face. You look hideous. LeBlanc was stunned. What? I was just crying nonstop, my face all scrunched up. Doubled's voice softened. You should at least wash your face. This is more like it. He hugged LeBlanc, pressing her small face against his chest. LeBlanc gently rubbed her head against him. Doubled ordered the knight behind him, Take care of it. The attendant said, If the matter is resolved, please leave. The priest was stunned. What? The attendant shouted, I said get out. He kicked the priest, sending him flying. The setting sun cast long shadows over the Doubled estate, as golden and magnificent as a castle in a fairy tale. The butler spread his arms, smiling brightly. Come here, little one. LeBlanc threw herself into Doubled's arms. Only this embrace was safe. Everywhere else was Too scary. Her body was still trembling with fear. Lily explained worriedly. She was scared. She's not normally like this. Please let us stay with her for a few days. Doubled tilted his head away. It's fine. LeBlanc slept soundly in his arms, her cheek rubbing against his shirt, making soft sounds. The butler and Lily stared, wide-eyed. Really? LeBlanc's cheeks were flushed. She whispered an apology. Duke, I'm sorry. The corner of Doubled's mouth lifted into a barely perceptible curve. This kid likes me too much. The butler and Lily held their breath from a distance. Doubled looked down, his gaze falling on LeBlanc. Right? The butler and Lily stammered in agreement. Yes, yes. The door closed. LeBlanc leaned against the Duke's chest. He said I was his daughter. The Duke's voice was cold. I told you, don't touch my daughter. LeBlanc clutched the hem of his robe. So I can stay here? Just taking up a little. A small corner. I don't even need to wear shoes. I'll eat less. I'll be very good. Doubled interrupted her. You can stay here. I will adopt you. LeBlanc's eyes widened. That's strange. The fire in the fireplace flickered. He was always emotionless, but why did it feel so warm? Doubled patted the little girl's head. All right, LeBlanc can go to sleep now. His large hand gently patted her head. LeBlanc rubbed her head against his chest, her cheeks flushed. The little girl slowly closed her eyes and drifted into a dream. LeBlanc held up a yellow sketchbook, excitedly squealing, "Write it in here." Lily smiled and replied, "Yes, I'll write it for you right away, young lady." LeBlanc doubled. The little girl held up the paper with her new name. I'm finally adopted. LeBlanc and the maids were overjoyed, dancing and celebrating. LeBlanc hugged her sketchbook. The Duke is so powerful. He broke a priest's arm and got away with it. Even the Emperor personally stepped in to mediate. The nobles whispered behind their backs, he must have bribed them. She rejoiced silently. This is great. I just need to stay here for 5 years. When I'm 10, I'll be able to control my adult mind. I won't act like a child anymore because of hunger or sleepiness. Then I can leave. Two maids whispered, Are the young masters coming yet? The carriage has already entered the castle. LeBlanc suddenly cried out, pointing at the maid's sleeve. It's about to fall off. Quick, give me the button. The maid smiled and unbuttoned it. Would you like to take my heart too, young lady? Lily worriedly intervened. No, what if she swallows it? LeBlanc pouted. What a shame. My secret fund. The maid strung the buttons together. This way, you can't swallow them. Lily forced a smile. I guess so. LeBlanc excitedly pumped her small fist. Selling these high-end buttons will make a nice little profit. Look, the pink-haired maid looked out the window. Open the window. A brown-haired man walked by. That's Count Terramore. With him are people from the Senate. What are they here to nitpick this time? LeBlanc peeked her head out the window. That old man, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. A flash of terror appeared in her blue eyes. Lily immediately ordered the curtains to be drawn. We can't let them see her. The maids quickly pulled the heavy red velvet curtains. If the Senate decides to make her undergo the same bloodline education as the young masters, and besides, those eyes really make one's hair stand on end. Lily smiled and turned to LeBlanc. Sweetheart, shall we go eat? LeBlanc wondered, We're not eating here? Lily explained, Usually, everyone dines in their private rooms. The Duke is very busy and just eats a quick meal in his office. LeBlanc tilted her head. Why is that? Lily shrugged. You'll know when you get there. LeBlanc pondered. That old man, I feel like I've met him somewhere. Her little face scrunched up. I can't remember. Lily led LeBlanc into a lavish dining room. The long table was adorned with fresh flowers. LeBlanc peeked her small head in. Hello. Hello. The little girl saw two boys sitting at the table, one with silver hair, the other with brown. Her pupils constricted. Who are they? The Duke called LeBlanc. LeBlanc quickly ran over, and the Duke picked her up. This is your second brother, Henry. That is your third brother, Isaac. LeBlanc's gaze shifted between the two boys. Silver hair and blue eyes, just like their father, but their auras were complete opposites. One was like the sun, the other like the moon. They were miniature versions of the Duke. LeBlanc remembered hearing that the eldest son was still at an academy abroad, so he wasn't here. The Duke introduced them to Henry and Isaac. "This is LeBlanc." Henry flashed a radiant smile. "Hello, LeBlanc. I look forward to your help in the future." Isaac turned his head away, introducing himself briefly. "I'm Isaac." LeBlanc was stunned. "He's so tall. I'm so jealous. I grow so slowly." Moreover, these two climbed to the top of the pyramid without any family backing. The second son, Henry, showed amazing talent from a young age, controlling the economic lifeline of the empire. He became the family head at a young age. Duke Valua once commented on him, "He smiles like an idiot." I don't like his type. A young master who only knows how to lie around and sunbathe. As for the third son, Isaac, he showed a talent for martial arts and would soon become one of the 4 great knights of the empire, a true monster. These outstanding young masters treated Mina like their own sister. So when she was falsely accused of attempting to murder Mina, they didn't hesitate to push her into the abyss. If they saw her, they wouldn't hesitate to push her into the abyss. They would kill me. That's why I have to survive in the doublet house. LeBlanc shook her head. It's okay, they're not knights yet. I just need to act cute. The little girl put on her most harmless smile and waved her small hand. Hello, brothers. I should make a good impression on them. After all, they are the young masters of this family. Henry kept smiling, but Isaac's blue eyes were as cold as ice. LeBlanc covered her mouth, moved. Maybe we can get along. Isaac crossed his arms, looking down at the little girl with a cold gaze. Henry's gaze was indifferent and distant. LeBlanc's body froze instantly. They became so intimidating just by entering the room. They were completely different from before. Isaac questioned, "Do you know how to eat carrots?" LeBlanc was stunned. "Carrots?" Isaac continued, "Are you a bandit?" LeBlanc blinked. "I think he just called me an idiot." But what is Henry doing? He was buried in a pile of papers, with books stacked high. LeBlanc curiously leaned closer. He seems to be drawing a map. Henry turned to look at the little girl. "Do you have something to say?" LeBlanc whispered her request. "I want to see the map." Isaac put his hands behind his head. "Are you trying to scam money again?" Henry snapped, "This is called fundraising, you idiot." LeBlanc was even more confused. Fundraising. Henry explained that in these turbulent times, both domestic and foreign affairs have become unstable. Isaac chimed in, "When war breaks out, the price of iron will rise first because it's used to make weapons. At that time, the nobles will be forced to donate iron to the state." Henry sighed, "That's a merchant's way of thinking." Isaac put his hands on his hips. "So we should buy gold, right?" Henry scoffed, "In times like these, gold will depreciate. On the contrary, our land is more valuable in wartime." LeBlanc felt like she was floating, lost in a strange world. Are a bunch of kids really discussing this? They don't even care about surprise audits or investigations. They're too smart. Isaac suddenly turned to the little girl. "If you look down on me because I don't understand gold, I'll kill you." LeBlanc was startled and quickly waved her hands. "I don't look down on you. You know about iron, too." Isaac's anger vanished instantly. He smirked. "Right? Don't think. Just because you're the child of destiny, you can be arrogant." "I'm strong too," he said, his face full of pride. Henry bent down to look at LeBlanc. Someone without the same bloodline will only be in more danger. LeBrain held her head. "Is it because sitting on the Duke's lap to eat isn't comfortable, so I ate too little?" The little girl suddenly had a realization. "Ah, I get it. They're greedy children." Smile. "They're greedy children." Henry's expression turned sinister. "I hope their greed doesn't shorten their lifespans." LeBlanc didn't understand anything at all. She just wanted to answer, "A child who obeys will be loved." LeBlanc gave her brightest smile and replied loudly, "Yes." The entire room fell silent. Then suddenly, Isaac burst out laughing. He clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he was doubling over. Henry's eyes widened in surprise. "This creature, what on earth is it?" LeBlanc stood still, just smiling, looking like a harmless little flower in full bloom. A large hand took LeBlanc's hand. The little girl smiled and was led into the room. Henry watched her go. What's with that child? He narrowed his eyes. Is she pretending to be naive? Or is there something else hidden? He didn't believe that children were innocent just because they were young. His own brother learned to read at the age of 3, but in his eyes, this child looked like an idiot. However, even idiots know how to scheme. The Genius Academy was full of children his age who were as cunning as vipers. A child who had once reported to the Pope and her family couldn't be completely clueless. Henry's thoughts raced. Besides, she's called the Child of Destiny. A servant clenched his fist and thought, you have no idea how good she is at pretending to be cute. She's turned the Duke's lap into her own private seat. If that brat gets adopted, the young master's positions will be threatened. Henry made up his mind. He had to keep an eye on her. He looked coldly at Isaac. What are you doing? Isaac spun around, his cheeks flushed. She's not cute at all. Henry let out a soft snort. It seems you've fallen for her. Isaac retorted loudly, I have not. He turned his head away. But the blush on his cheeks deepened. She's really not cute at all. You think I'd be charmed by her like those adults? No way. I'm going to mess with her. Isaac strode towards LeBlanc. The two faced off. He looked down from above, scrutinizing LeBlanc. LeBlanc looked up. What does he want to do? The atmosphere is so awkward. I have to do something. LeBlanc held up a small cloth bag with both hands and mustered her courage to call out brother. Isaac's gaze was fierce. Don't even dream of a position that doesn't belong to you. Otherwise, he took a step forward, his footsteps echoing sharply. Henry watched. What is this child doing? That idiot isn't planning to. If Isaac threatens her with a weapon, he will lose. This is a trap he set himself. Suddenly, Isaac pulled out a giant loaf of bread. I'm going to do something very scary. He held the bread high. I'm going to eat this whole loaf right in front of you. LeBlanc's jaw dropped in astonishment. Henry was also speechless. Are these two idiots? LeBlanc pointed at Isaac and exclaimed, You're so mean. How could you do that? You're going to eat all the bread by yourself without sharing with me. Isaac pondered. If she feels hungry watching me eat, she might not be able to think like an adult anymore. At that moment, she'll pull his hair. If she pulls the hair of a noble young master, she'll definitely get sick. And be kicked out. LeBlanc shook her head. I wouldn't be that stingy. Isaac smirked. Good. You're a good kid. LeBlanc reached out her small hand and gently tugged on Isaac's hem, her eyes sparkling. Bread. Isaac held up the loaf. This? He reluctantly extended his hand. All right, I'll share half with you. LeBlanc took a bite. This must be sugar. So sweet. So sweet. This exciting flavor makes me want to dance. Isaac watched LeBlanc. She's really enjoying her food. He also took a bite of the bread. It didn't taste bad, even though it was just a random loaf he grabbed. Footsteps echoed as Lily approached. Oh my young lady. LeBlanc froze. Lily had told her she would have strawberries today, so she wasn't allowed to have snacks. LeBlanc immediately pointed at Isaac. Brother Isaac gave it to me. Isaac bowed his head, his face flushing. I gave it to her. Lily sighed in relief. So that's what happened. If the young lady and young master are eating so happily, I'll let it slide this time. She smiled and picked LeBlanc up. I've come to take the young lady for her nap. LeBlanc secretly waved. Goodbye, brother. Doubled looked at the little girl, a rare hint of tenderness in his eyes. Isaac's face burned, and he looked down at the ground. She's not cute at all. After putting LeBlanc down on the bed, everyone in the dining room seemed so happy. I knew the young masters would like you, young lady. How could they not like someone as adorable as you? LeBlanc shook her head. That's not it, Lily. Henry and Isaac don't like me. But she couldn't just sit still. Until she found a safe haven, she had to live here. The little girl clenched her small fists. All right, if we see each other often, feelings will surely develop. Blaine mustered her courage, her hands clasped tightly. I must build a good relationship with the young masters. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, filling the flower-lined hallway. LeBlanc peeked her small head out from behind the door. I heard Henry and Isaac are coming home for lunch today. Henry and Isaac were both very busy people. How busy? LeBlanc stood at the top of the stairs, looking down and let out a soft sigh. Henry was surrounded by a crowd of people. They exchanged whispers, the atmosphere serious and bustling. LeBlanc's small figure looked so lonely amidst the noisy crowd. Isaac was practicing with his sword, surrounded by a group of retainers. He was barely visible. LeBlanc secretly rejoiced. Today's lunch is the only chance. After eating, I'll pretend nothing happened and ask them to play with me. The little girl put on her sunglasses, transforming into a little spy. She quietly slid down the stairs and tiptoed to the dining room door. She peeked through the crack in the door. Henry and Isaac were already seated. The atmosphere at the dining table was tense. The pink-haired girl smiled and asked softly, "Is that the young lady? You must have come here because you miss His Grace the Duke." LeBlanc stood at the door. The atmosphere is so stiff. How do I go in? Doubled's gaze softened. He waved at LeBlanc. Come here. LeBlanc immediately broke into a bright smile. Yes. Doubled picked the little girl up and gently placed her on his lap. The surrounding servants took a sharp breath, staring at the scene in astonishment. The rumors are true. Look how naturally she sits on his lap. The blue-haired noble smiled brightly. The young lady is such a well-behaved and adorable child. She's not a picky eater at all and can eat even bell peppers and carrots. It's truly admirable. He crossed his arms. Look how polite she is. Let me brag a little. LeBlanc sat properly on Doubled's lap, her small face slightly flushed. The little girl waved and smiled brightly. Hello, everyone. The nobles burst out laughing. Oh my God, look at that. She's so cute. LeBlanc's face grew hot. Why do I feel so embarrassed? But her target today was Henry and Isaac. The two of them were expressionless, looking coldly at her. This was different from what she had imagined. The dining room door slowly opened, and an old man leaning on a cane walked in. His voice was deep. I apologize for being late. LeBlanc looked up. That was the person she had met last time. He sat very close to the Duke. Is he a high-ranking minister? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. LeBlanc's pupils constricted sharply. Could it be? A servant whispered. The master personally went to greet him. Even a lover wouldn't get such treatment. He abused the child under his guardianship. Now he's facing the consequences. It wouldn't be strange if that child grew up and came back for revenge. A figure in a black robe flashed through LeBlanc's mind. She pondered. I thought Count Terramore had no children, so who did he abuse? The children that Terramore had contact with were only Henry and Isaac. He possessed enough power to make the elders of the Doubled house back down. Abuse the descendants of the Doubled house? Unless he's crazy. LeBlanc shook her head vigorously. No way, that's too obvious. But crazy things happen all the time. LeBlanc's gaze wavered, a thought flashing through her mind. Mina covered her mouth. What? The Countess's daughter was beaten by her tutor. Countess Valua chimed in. Yes, it's terrifying. Mina said, so things like that happen here too. Where I used to live. It was the same. Nannies abusing children, kindergarten teachers beating students in front of everyone. She couldn't be 100% sure about Terramore. Isn't that crazy person? If he really abused someone, was it Henry or Isaac? Henry is very smart. He's not an easy target. Isaac looks very aggressive. Would he endure being abused until he grew up? The servant noticed LeBlanc had stopped moving and asked softly, Is the food not to your liking, young lady? LeBlanc quickly shook her head. It's delicious. She stuffed food into her mouth. Maybe I jumped to conclusions too quickly, but I need to confirm. The little girl tugged on the servant's hem. Hurry, hurry. The servant smiled and replied, All right, all right. This is the Doubled family's training ground. A guard approached. What's the matter? The servant explained. The young lady said she wanted to see the training ground. The guard replied, I also have something to report. Isaac was carrying a wooden sword on his shoulder. He asked coldly, what are you doing here? LeBlanc spread her arms wide. I want to play with Brother Isaac and Brother Henry. Isaac laughed exaggeratedly. You ran all this way just to see me? How troublesome. LeBlanc's gaze swept over his body. There were no bruises or scars on his neck or ankles. She couldn't tell if the wounds under his sleeves were from training or being beaten. Henry also had a scratch. Maybe Henry got hurt during training too. LeBlanc stood on her tiptoes. I want to see more clearly. Her foot slipped, and her body lost balance. I'm falling. A steady hand caught her. She looked up. It was Henry. LeBlanc looked up with her small face and said in a cute voice, Thank you, Brother Henry. Henry smiled. You're welcome. He was smiling, but his eyes said, You probably don't know. Stay away from me, a cold, distant feeling. No, she didn't think he was a bad kid. He was just cold, not overly hostile. Isaac kicked a stone on the path, sneering from above. Can't even walk properly, you idiot. LeBlanc's expression darkened. If Isaac was really abused, how scared must he have been? She understood that feeling. She understood how scary an adult's hand can be. Count Teramo smiled. So the three of you are together. How scary an adult's hand can be. Count Teramo gently stroked LeBlanc's hand. A child's hand is so soft. You're a good girl. As long as you stay quiet, you won't be punished. LeBlanc's pupils constricted violently, fear choking her. That's right, it's him. The first person she saw was the one who pushed her to her death. Terramore's roar echoed in her memory. Why don't you kick me out of the Count's mansion? If I stay here any longer, that man will kill me. Duke Valua's eyes sharpened. The responsibility for child abuse belongs to you. He paused for a moment. I will help you escape, even if you could become a witness to expose the crimes of that family. His voice was full of determination. I will still help you. Teramo was exactly the same as back then. I will assist the two young masters in their studies. After that, let's go to the study together. LeBlanc's eyes were filled with horror. He wants to take the children away. No. The servant approached Count Terramore. What brings a busy person like you here? Count Terramore maintained a gentle smile. I happen to have some free time, so I came to visit my lovely students. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes, then he turned and left. It seems I'll have to teach them next time. The servant's expression became solemn. Terramore. He is responsible for educating the young masters this time, surely due to the influence of the previous council. Elders, he said to the guard beside him, I need to see the Duke. I'll be right back. You watch over the young masters. The guard bowed and replied, yes. Isaac stretched. Now what? The best way is for Henry to confess, but there's no love. With evidence, should I tell the Duke? Will he believe a child's words? The wounds on his body, he could easily dismiss them as training injuries. If I speak up without proof, I'll just look like a weirdo. It's best to let Henry say it himself. His silence proves he's enduring it. A smart person like him, why would he put up with this? LeBlanc suddenly realized. Could it be? No way. A light enveloped Isaac's body. A smug smile touched his lips. Divine power. That's a power only the elite can use. Even among the holy knights of the Night Order, to be able to use divine power at such a young age, Isaac's sword flashed out, sparks of electricity crackling. He shot forward. His opponent's face contorted in fear. He dropped his sword. I surrender, young master. Isaac's gaze was sharp. There's no surrender. In a duel, defeat means death. The opponent took a deep breath, fear choking his throat. LeBlanc clenched her fists. His gaze is so scary. Isaac's sword light flashed, stopping in midair. He looked towards LeBlanc. Am I scary? LeBlanc took out a piece of paper and a pen. It's my turn. Come out. LeBlanc's heart clenched. How strong is Henry? He was beaten up by an old man like Terramore. The coach's voice was resounding, continue the match. Henry faced his opponent. He rotated his shoulder, blue divine light condensing around him. He suddenly extended his hand. Before his opponent could react, he was struck by divine power and cried out in pain. The coach declared the match over. Victory belongs to young Master Henry. LeBlanc held her head in disbelief. He's so strong. He's ridiculously strong. So why did he let Terramore? An old, white-haired man holding a long sword stepped out with a kind expression. Well then, please continue. LeBlanc pondered. If Henry fought for real, Terramore would probably die. Henry stumbled back. LeBlanc's eyes widened. What is this? Even an outsider like her could see that his previous opponent was much stronger than this old man. Could it be that Henry is holding back because his opponent is an old man? The knights watching murmured among themselves. That must be it. The young master can't possibly be overwhelmed by an old soldier. LeBlanc tilted her head. At this rate, her small face was full of doubt. The old soldier shouted, "Don't underestimate me." He raised his sword high, the blade whistling as it came down. Blood trickled from Henry's side. He gripped his sword hilt, blue divine power condensing in his hand. His eyes sharpening. Suddenly, he froze. The old soldier's sword was hanging over his head. LeBlanc's pupils dilated in terror. He's going to get hurt. Stop. The little girl spread her arms and rushed out like a mother hen protecting her chick, shielding Henry. Her small figure was reflected in Henry's blue eyes. LeBlanc looked up and shouted, "Don't hit Brother Henry." "Young lady, this is just training." LeBlanc didn't back down. "Lily will be angry. Hitting Brother Henry again isn't training." "That's right. An attack with personal feelings isn't a love. It's not training, it's violence." "I'm sorry, young." Henry stood up. "That's enough." LeBlanc watched his retreating back, her eyes full of worry. The little girl ran quickly towards Henry. "Henry, are you hurt?" She anxiously circled him. "Let me see, where are you hurt?" Henry was flustered. "What are you doing?" LeBlanc looked up with her small face. "You're hurt. I have to put medicine on it. Or are you afraid of the doctor?" "That's a possibility." "He's still a child." She asked gently, "Are you afraid of the doctor?" "My doctor is very nice." Henry flinched, his cheeks turning red. "How could I be afraid of the doctor?" He blurted out, "I just hate old men." An idea flashed in LeBlanc's mind. Could it be when Henry and the old man were together, the pieces of her memory started to fit? Count Valua once said, "I hate the Doubled family, especially that monster." The previous Duke Doubled killed his grandson. His third son, Creed, right in front of his own grandson, just because Creed was a cripple. He said he didn't need defective children. If that grandson was Henry, and Henry witnessed it all as a child, then of course he would be afraid of old men. No matter how smart he was just a child back then. LeBlanc clenched her fists. She understood. Henry's fear of old men was seen as a flaw, a weakness that needed to be fixed. Terramore knew about Henry's psychological trauma, which is why he got permission from the Duke to train him this way. If she reported this to the Duke, Henry's trauma with old men would be exposed. That damn old man. LeBlanc's small fist tightened. Calm down. The wisest thing to do is to stay silent. After all, Terramore is a member of the Ducal Elder Council. He's more trustworthy than her. LeBlanc looked up. She couldn't pretend she didn't know. She couldn't pretend she didn't see him get hurt. And she certainly couldn't pretend she didn't understand why he was hurt. Henry lowered his head, his clenched fist trembling slightly, as if he was suppressing something. LeBlanc looked at his trembling hand. This is the worst part about being in a child's body. Your conscience never lets you rest. LeBlanc stood on her tiptoes and gently patted Henry's head. Henry flinched. "What are you doing?" LeBlanc beamed. "I'll protect you, Henry. It seems I can only protect you. As for paying me back, just don't bother me while I'm here." Henry's blue eyes widened, a blush creeping up his cheeks. In LeBlanc's eyes, a strange light flashed. She smirked. "That old man. I'll show him the wisdom of my fourth life." Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a peaceful silence over the Doubled family garden. LeBlanc sat among the flower bushes, her small hands skillfully weaving a flower crown. Lily smiled and asked, "Does the young lady like violets?" LeBlanc nodded. "They're very pretty." Her cheeks puffed out. "Right now, she is a little girl. It's 4 o'clock now. That person should be here soon." She took a deep breath, her cheeks flushing, anticipating something. LeBlanc turned her head. "It's a bit cold." Lily asked with concern, "Would you like to go inside, young lady?" LeBlanc shook her head. "I want to give this to my brother." Lily covered her face. "Oh my, the young lady is so cute." A mischievous, devilish idea popped into LeBlanc's little head. "I should leave Lily here." She turned to leave. "Then I'll go get a coat and a blanket." LeBlanc nodded obediently. "Yes." LeBlanc's smile became more radiant. She decided to go find that old man for Henry's sake. The first thing she needed to do was kick him out. Time rewinds to yesterday. The servant bent down and asked, "Young lady, what brings you here?" LeBlanc's voice was clear and bright. "I want to see the Duke." The servant understood. "I see." He picked LeBlanc up. He ran quickly to the Duke's office. "Your Grace, the child is here." He sat in his chair, holding LeBlanc in his arms. "You ran all this way to see me. What do you want?" LeBlanc thought to herself, "Of course. To gather intelligence. I can overhear things just by being near the Duke." He asked, "How is the proposal to establish a new advisory body progressing?" The attendant reported, "We plan to announce the agenda." Today's agenda to the attendants. Doubled asked further, "Are there any vacancies among the elders?" The attendant replied, "In fact, they are holding each other in check, especially Sir Termor and Sir Isaac." Hearing the name Termor, LeBlanc's ears perked up instantly. He continued his analysis. "Sir Termor and Sir Isaac have been mortal enemies for a long time. This will be a war without bullets." A spark ignited in LeBlanc's mind. If things go smoothly, she won't even have to lift a finger. A glorious family, generation after generation serving as elders of the Doubled house, the head of the Mieksinich family, Viscount. Can Mieksinich? Why would he come here to meet that so-called deep-seated child? LeBlanc sat alone in the garden. Can's voice rang out. "Young lady, what are you doing here?" "It's cold." LeBlanc was overjoyed. Great, this was the question she was waiting for. She turned around and replied in her sweetest voice, "I'm waiting for Mr. Terramore." Can was stunned. "You mean Terramore?" LeBlanc nodded vigorously. "Yes, Brother Henry and Brother Isaac will be coming to study too." Can scoffed. "Learn what from someone like Terramore?" He cleared his throat. "A Melody family, a shallow old man. Terramore has nothing worth learning." LeBlanc's small face immediately fell. She shook her head vigorously. "He's the best. He said he's about to wear a very cool robe. That robe is the symbol of an elder of the Doubled house." Can couldn't believe it. "Did he really say that?" LeBlanc nodded firmly. "I heard him." Can was furious. "Nonsense. That position is mine." LeBlanc tilted her head. "But he said everything has already been decided." She placed a finger on her chin. "He said he'll give the robe to Grandpa." Can's face turned pale. Could it be the chairman him? LeBlanc didn't say anything. She smiled innocently. "He said he wants to see how the fool who thought the robe was his will cry." Can's face twisted as if struck by lightning. Blaine smiled brightly. "Do you want to watch with me, Uncle?" Can gritted his teeth. "I have something to attend to." LeBlanc waved her small fist behind his back. "Good luck, Uncle. Teach Terramore a lesson for me." A man slammed his hand on the table. "Establish a new advisory body?" A noble nodded. "Assisting the family head for generations is the responsibility of the Council of Elders." The long-haired noble was furious. "If an advisory body is established, our Council of Elders will be nothing but an empty shell. Are you all just going to stand by and watch?" The chairman of the Council of Elders, Isaac Moknavak, gently swirled his wine glass. "The will of the family head is absolute. We servants have no choice but to obey our master's words." The brown-haired man's gaze was sharp. "What are you saying?" The chairman raised his wine glass, a cold glint in his eyes. "Therefore, we must welcome a new master, one who has a disposition. He shares our will, Terramore." A terrified Terramore replied, "Yes." The chairman's voice was cold. The young masters are the future of Dukbo. They must be taught with the greatest sincerity in a way that serves our interests. Terman gave a smug smile. Don't worry, everything has been perfectly prepared. Standing in the shadows, witnessing it all. He's chatting away. Looks like he's about to be made an elder. Leaning on his cane, he humbly waves his hand, telling them not to flatter an old man like him. Another elder laughs along, saying he's being too modest. Teramo's lips curl into a cold smile. His chance has finally come. Because his family was considered unimportant, his opportunities were always stolen. They were snatched away by the noble kids. He stood alone in the dark, a solitary and resentful figure, but this time is different. The chairman is clearing the way. For him, molding those noble children to his will is a piece of cake. Henry can't fight back due to past trauma. And Isaac is simple-minded. All he has to do is crush his spirit. The day he becomes an elder has finally arrived. A man laughs with him. Congratulations on becoming an elder. Don't forget about me. Teramo smiles in return, of course. How could I forget you? Ken steps forward. What a ridiculous story. Selling out your own family for a pipe dream. The man forces a laugh. Based on seniority, shouldn't it be Count Teramo's turn? Can's smile turns ferocious. That so-called seniority, wasn't it earned while you were a servant in my house? Teramo's face turns pale, his eyes as sharp as knives. A man from afar complains, how dare he be so disrespectful to an elder old enough to be his father? Ken scoffs. Can't be helped. Teramo still has the habits of a servant. He looks down at Teramo, a man who scraped by as my servant, only to become the young master's tutor. You live long enough, you see strange things. He leans close to Teramo's ear, his breath chilling to the bone. How many of your weaknesses do you think I know? Teramo's pupils constrict as cold sweat pours down his face. Can's voice is a whisper. You'd best not dream of a position that doesn't belong to you. Teramo's hand trembles. I'll tear him to shreds, I'll kill him. LeBlanc stands on her tiptoes. All right, let's see. The little girl peeks out, her big, round blue eyes filled with curiosity. The men outside the window are discussing it. We can't entrust the future of Dubled to a tutor of such low standing. This appointment must be reconsidered. Can is truly worthy of being an elder candidate at such a young age. He really knows how to play the power game. The family's education has always been entrusted to retainers for generations. If my late father knew that someone like Teramo became an elder, he would rise from his grave. He's using blood and regional ties to win people over. Another man whispers, I don't like it either. Since Teramo took over, young Master Isaac's performance has dropped by 12%. Teramo is absolutely not acceptable. Teramo stands in the shadows, his face terrifyingly grim, his anger threatening to consume him. LeBlanc covers her mouth to hide a smile. This is great, she loves this fight. All eyes are on Teramo. As long as he isn't a fool, he won't dare touch Henry. Let them fight it out. It'd be best if they took each other to court. The maids see LeBlanc's happy face and asked curiously, why is our little lady so happy today? The girl smiles, holding up her wooden horse. You know I brought my new rocking horse today. Another maid retorts, it's because I brought a fur worth 3,000 francs for you. She thinks to herself, I don't care about any of that. She should pretend to be having fun. A maid takes LeBlanc's hand. Let's go. LeBlanc is led by the hand, descending the stairs one step at a time. Isaac is standing among the flower bushes. Luckily, he's just a kid. LeBlanc waves to him. Where are you going? Isaac replies, to the training grounds. My brother skipped the test, but I answered everything correctly, so I finished early. LeBlanc's smile freezes. What? Of course, Isaac is strong too. But in terms of intellect, Henry is far superior. The little girl rushes down the stairs. There's no way Henry failed the test. They're intentionally holding him back. Who's the culprit? It's obvious. She pushes the door open and shouts. No. LeBlanc stares in horror at the scene before her. She thought they were using violence to manipulate Henry. She thought violence was a tool for brainwashing. But it wasn't. LeBlanc grits her teeth. Damn it. That's not teaching. That's assault. He's beating her brother. Teramo. He replies with a smile. Those are dangerous words. How would I dare strike the young master? LeBlanc's gaze is firm. I'll take responsibility. Teramo strokes his chin. I've never done such a thing, but if it did happen, he reveals a fake, benevolent smile. It would only be once. A gentle caress born from love. So please, don't disturb the lesson. He's projecting his insecurities about his low birth onto them. He takes pleasure in tormenting the young noble masters. LeBlanc's pupils tremble with rage. LeBlanc grabs a pen, her eyes filled with resolve. The little girl forcefully stabs the pen into the back of Teramo's hand. Fresh blood sprays out. It stains the floor red. Teramo stumbles back in horror. What is this madness? Her voice is ice cold. How does it feel? She stands protectively in front of Henry. I'm caressing you with love, you bastard. Henry's pupils constrict. What in the world is happening? LeBlanc's back, though small, radiates a pressure that doesn't belong to a child. She turns, holding out her hand, her blue eyes shimmering. Let's go, Henry. Henry stares at her, stunned. She walks toward the open door, beyond which is a blinding white light. Teramo grinds his teeth, his face twisted. LeBlanc looks back, her blue eyes devoid of warmth. She whispers a declaration, just wait. The Duke will soon know you've been abusing Henry. Teramo's face instantly pales, his teeth clenched, his body shaking with fury. LeBlanc looks at Henry. Let's go see a doctor. Henry growls, are you crazy? Don't you know? Aren't you scared? You'll pay for this. Teramo is a vile, petty man. LeBlanc lifts her head, her blue eyes clear and steadfast. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of Teramo, the evil man who beats you, Henry. I'm not afraid of him at all. Because she knows, what's more damaging than violence is the deep scar in Henry's heart. More painful than physical pain, more than the relentless fevers at night, is that endless fear. Because she's been through it too, she can't just turn a blind eye. Will I be beaten again tomorrow? That thought is the most terrifying thing of all. LeBlanc's eyes fill with pity. She says softly to Henry, if you don't like the doctor, then let's go find the Duke. Henry squeezes his eyes shut as if trying to hold something back. A choked sob escapes his tightly pressed lips. His voice drops. It's fine. LeBlanc looks up at him. Henry, you're hurt. Good boys shouldn't be hurt. Henry forcefully shoves her hand away. I told you to mind your own business. His voice carries a hint of pleading. Don't tell anyone what happened today. Footsteps echo in the empty hallway. Teramo holds a long sword, his back filled with resolve. Damn it. He stops, his fist clenched. That damn brat. This child isn't normal. No 4-year-old speaks like that. Her eyes hold a pressure that doesn't belong to a child. She's not the child of destiny, she's a devil. The temple sent a demon. Something so cunning could never be the child of destiny. Teramo grits his teeth, his eyes sinister. Even so, do you think I'd lose to something like you? He knocks on the door of Duke Doubled's study. Your Grace, it is Teramo. From within, Duke Doubled's cold voice rings out. Someone said Teramo took some parts. Did you do it? Teramo's face drains of all color. Did she already report that he laid a hand on Henry? He rushes to the door. Wait, Your Grace. Please hear me out first. How could I do such a thing? Teramo's expression suddenly changes. That expression, he definitely heard something. Teramo panics. It was all that brat's scheme. I would never dare to do something like that to the young master. Duke Doubled sits behind his desk, slowly repeating the word, young master. LeBlanc playfully sticks out her tongue. You thought I reported what happened to Henry? That was just bait to make you panic and reveal yourself. Teramo clutches his head. That girl never intended to report it from the start. She's only been here a few months, and she was sent by the enemy. She was sent by the mortal enemy, the temple, while he is a retainer who has served the Doubled family his entire life. On the scales, one side is the girl from the rival temple. The other is a loyal retainer. He should have been the more trustworthy one. Henry will remain silent due to his trauma. He won't open his mouth. Even if LeBlanc reported it, no one would believe her. That girl. She made him look suspicious, drawing everyone's attention. A servant's voice rings out. We were just discussing your child's minor mistake. What's with all the shouting? But from your words, we don't know. It seems there's more to it than that. Teramo stammers, that is, the Duke's voice is piercing. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to act so suspiciously. LeBlanc smirks victoriously. Teramo's face is filled with horror. I fell for it. An enraged servant says, Duke, Your Grace, this is too suspicious. He dares to make excuses in this situation. Until he's proven innocent, we can no longer entrust him with the young master's education. We must investigate. Doubled's gaze slowly moves, landing on the utterly panicked Teramo. Teramo trembles as he opens his mouth, Your Grace. He growls in the darkness. Damn it, hell. Everything was going so smoothly. LeBlanc covers her mouth and laughs. So innocent, yet so cruel. Teramo grits his teeth. You damn brat. You think I'll let this go? LeBlanc tilts her head, innocently asking back, What are you going to do? Teramo's face contorts. I'll expose you. Expose you as the demon sent by the temple. LeBlanc whispers, Grandpa, you're such a fool. She continues, You just admitted with your own mouth that you have something to hide. Who's going to believe you now? Teramo trembles uncontrollably. Because of this, he not only lost the Duke's trust, but also the trust of the Council of Elders. Even if he exposed her true identity, they would just think he was lying. He grabs LeBlanc's hand. LeBlanc smiles and asks, How did you know? My old nickname was Mad Dog. LeBlanc turns and walks away. He must have underestimated her because of her age. In her past life, she was a beggar who wandered the dark alleys. For a spoiled noble like him, his threats meant nothing to her. The events that followed caused even greater turmoil. A noble roared, Suspend Teramo from his duties. Teramo, in a panic, points to the door. Get out now. A document is unfurled, stating that until the investigation is over, Teramo's duties will be suspended. Teramo collapses helplessly into his chair, his fists clenched so tightly they turn white. Two nobles chat. They talk in the hallway. Yes, now it's just Lord Can. So Lord Can will become the new elder. Everything is finally getting back on track. Can looks into the distance. Oh, isn't that the young lady? LeBlanc stands from a distance, quietly watching him. Can asks gently, Young lady, is there anything I can help you with? LeBlanc lifts her head and answers decisively, yes. Why does he look so happy to see her? Can's face is full of reverence. I owe you a favor, young lady, though you might not understand what that means yet. LeBlanc realizes, so he thinks I helped him. She pauses. It seems I've unintentionally won his favor. In that case, she looks up and says in a childish voice, because Lord Can taught that mean old man a lesson. I have to make him my firm ally. This is the social wisdom from her past life. The fourth life. Can laughs heartily. That's right, I taught him a lesson he'll never forget. He won't dare show his face here again. LeBlanc cheers. Awesome. I want to be a cool adult like Lord Can. Can and the surrounding nobles are floored by her cuteness, their hearts melting. Can clears his throat. He adds, a bit embarrassed, not just when you're in trouble. If you need anything at all, young lady, please just tell me. LeBlanc beams a radiant smile and replies loudly, yes. Can turns to leave. All right, we have a meeting to attend. Excuse us. LeBlanc waves goodbye to them. Okay, now to check on Henry. The little girl cautiously pushes the door open, peeking her head through the gap. If I bother him again, he'll probably get angry. I'll just take a quick peek. Suddenly, a hand grabs her by the collar. A voice sounds right by her ear. What are you doing? LeBlanc screams in fear. Isaac stands behind her, coldly questioning, Are you spying on me? LeBlanc shakes her head frantically. No. Isaac's gaze sharpens. Then what is it? LeBlanc wrings her hands in front of her chest. I was just looking, not spying. Isaac's face scrunches up. What's the difference? LeBlanc falls silent. If I say I came to see Henry, he'll probably get angry again. But I can't not come. Lily and another maid are talking in the room. Is Teramo coming to the castle? Yes, for the investigation, so we must. Take good care of the young lady. With so many people watching, he wouldn't dare do anything to her, right? Lily's expression turns serious. He's the type to lay hands on the young masters. Even though the young masters say he didn't do anything, who can stop a madman? A repeat offender. LeBlanc resolves, I absolutely will not let him near Henry again. Isaac crosses his arms, a smug look on his face. I knew it. You really came for this. LeBlanc freezes. He guessed it? Have the rumors about what Teramo did to the young masters already spread? Isaac's not an idiot. If I wasn't here to see him, he'd definitely think I came for Henry. Isaac declares loudly, you must have heard that today's dessert is cake, that's why you're here. LeBlanc is speechless. Is Isaac really an idiot? Isaac puffs out his chest. You don't have to rush. There's plenty left. LeBlanc's eyes light up, completely forgetting about Henry. Cake. Lately, I've been thinking like an adult, so my stomach is always starving. Isaac acts proud. It's not like I saved it for you. I just don't like sweets. LeBlanc tilts her head. Strange, I remember Isaac loved sugar buns a few days ago. Isaac flails his hands in a panic. I didn't. LeBlanc's blue eyes widen slightly. She stares at Henry's back. A weight is lifted from her heart. Good, he doesn't look like he's in pain, and there are no lasting effects. LeBlanc watches Henry walk towards the dining table, while Isaac strolls leisurely behind him with his hands behind his head. LeBlanc's eyes turn into hearts. She holds her fork, happily enjoying the cake. Isaac rests his chin on his hand. Is it that good? LeBlanc, with her mouth full of food, says, Thank you, brother. Isaac replies, You don't have to thank me so much. LeBlanc's eyes well up. If I had eaten this back when I was a beggar, I probably would have died from a heart attack on the spot. Isaac's cheeks turn slightly red. Do you want some tomorrow morning too? LeBlanc exclaims excitedly, Brother Isaac is the best. Isaac smiles and adds, I'll save you a portion for dinner too. LeBlanc's eyes sparkle like stars. Brother Isaac is so handsome. Isaac holds up a finger. Then I'll save you a portion for the day after tomorrow too. LeBlanc's eyes reflect the image of the cake. This isn't respect, it's pure gluttony. Isaac, you're shining. Isaac says, Oh, it's no big deal, LeBlanc. She cups her cheeks, looking at him with adoration. Anyone who gives me cake is a good person. Henry sighs in resignation. LeBlanc happily closes her eyes, savoring the aftertaste of the cake. The door cracks open slightly. The maids peek in, secretly observing the scene in the room, relieved smiles on their faces. Sunlight streams through the window, warm and bright. Everything looks so peaceful. Night falls, and the cold moonlight shines through the window. Henry sits at the desk, his pen scratching against paper. LeBlanc lies beside him, so sleepy she's nodding off. Henry doesn't look up, his voice calm. If you're tired, go to sleep. LeBlanc jerks awake. No. I have to protect you, Henry. The quill glides across the paper, leaving a trail of ink. Henry says, Your eyelids are so heavy you can barely keep them open. LeBlanc stumbles to her feet. I'm going to wash my face. She gently hops off the chair and carefully whispers something into Isaac's ear. Isaac nods, all right. LeBlanc breathes a sigh of relief, her cheeks flushed. Okay, thinking like an adult. All day is exhausting. Staying up late will only make it worse. I'm about to die of sleepiness. She walks alone down the silent hallway, her footsteps echoing. The bathroom is this way, right? She yawns and walks in a daze. A hand reaches out from the darkness. LeBlanc's pupils constrict, fear gripping her in an instant. Teramo's chilling voice whispers in her ear. Did you think I was only after Henry? He clamps a hand over LeBlanc's mouth. LeBlanc screams desperately in her mind. Teramo. Teramo throws her violently to the ground. LeBlanc struggles fiercely. I'm not Henry, I'm not Henry. Without training, Any trace of power you leave behind will be discovered immediately. Teramo's face is twisted as he whispers darkly, "You don't need to use your hands to make someone suffer." He holds a gemstone in his fingers, a deep blue light glinting at his fingertips. LeBlanc's pupils constrict to their limits. She recognizes that ominous light. Blue spinel, a special gemstone used to extract divine power and also a material for crafting holy relics. The darker the color of the stone, the greater the power it can extract. That's why spinel is a material for crafting holy relics. Its high saturation makes it highly sought after in the market. But for the person whose power is being extracted, it's a completely different story. When divine power is drained to its limit, the result is either death, madness, or even complete destruction. He holds up the stone. "This is all your fault, you brat. I'm going crazy." LeBlanc backs away step by step, her voice trembling with fear. "Don't come near me. If you do, I'll scream." Teramo laughs grimly. "Go ahead and scream. Let's see if someone saves you before your divine power is completely drained." "Let her go." A roar shatters the silence. Henry rushes forward, pushing Teramo away. LeBlanc looks up in astonishment. Henry has trauma. He can't fight back against Teramo. Henry squeezes his eyes shut, his body trembling with fear, but his hands remain steady, shielding LeBlanc. The spinel flies into the air, shattering into countless blue sparks. Teramo's voice trembles with rage. "You useless piece of trash." He raises his hand, aiming for Henry's back and striking down. LeBlanc lunges forward and pushes Teramo away. "Don't touch him. Don't you dare touch him with your filthy hands." Footsteps sound as a figure steps over the shattered blue sparks. The figure is elegant but cannot move forward. Doubled appears in the light, his short, silver-white hair flowing in the swirling energy. His eyes are cold and sharp. Teramo's eyes are filled with terror and confusion. "Why is the Duke here?" LeBlanc's voice rings out, "You fool. Did you think I'd wander around alone after provoking you?" She had whispered to Isaac, "Go get the Duke." Isaac had replied, "All right." A cunning glint appears in LeBlanc's eyes. "I wasn't staying up to protect Henry. I predicted you'd only dare to find me late at night." "It's over, Teramo." Teramo's face is drained of color, his lips trembling. "Your Grace." In Doubled's deep blue eyes is a frozen wasteland, without a single ripple. Teramo lets out a horrific scream as his body is torn apart by purple energy. Ken holds his forehead. Damn it, a pawn of the Council of Elders dared to abuse a direct descendant. This is a major event, enough to purge the entire council, but they absolutely will not miss this. The worst-case scenario, a civil war will break out. Doubled's call echoes in the air. "Henry." Henry looks up, his pupils constricting in shock. Doubled looks down at the two children. "Tell me what happened in your own words." Henry lowers his head. "It was nothing." Doubled's eyes sharpen. "Then I'll judge for myself." Teramo frantically tries to explain. "This is a misunderstanding." "I'll explain." "So." A surge of magical power instantly severs his arm. He screams in agony. Utter shock flashes in Teramo's eyes. Chantless magic. Is this really possible? It's unbelievable. A powerful magical aura envelopes Doubled. Henry turns his face away. "It was just a small matter." Doubled roars, "You call violence a small matter?" Henry says, "I just wanted to see how long his ridiculous behavior would last." Doubled grabs Henry's wrist. A dark purple bruise is clearly visible on his wrist. Doubled's expression darkens. "I hate liars, especially when the liar is my son." Henry remains silent. Doubled shouts, "Henry." LeBlanc rushes forward, hugging Doubled's arm tightly. She shouts, "No." She looks up, her eyes filled with tears. "Duke, you're making him scream." Henry is scared. "I'm scared too." She thinks to herself, "I must be crazy, confronting a monster who can use chantless magic." Henry is still just a child. Such a small child. Henry turns and runs. LeBlanc takes short, stumbling steps to chase after him. "Henry!" Henry pushes her away forcefully, and LeBlanc falls to the ground. She gets up. She declares in her childish voice, "Henry is not a defect." Henry's pupils slightly constrict. LeBlanc's blue eyes are as clear as water. "I'm also scared of sharp things. I'm also scared of frogs." Being scared isn't a bad thing. She rushes forward again and hugs Henry tightly. "I'll protect you." Henry stands frozen, looking down at the little girl with a complex expression. "Doubled doesn't need defects." Those words wrapped around him like thorny vines. LeBlanc reaches out to pull him. "Let's go find the Duke." Henry shoves her hand away again. "Who asked you to meddle? Who do you think you are? Don't you dare interfere in my business. You think being adopted makes us real siblings." LeBlanc's eyes darken like a dying star. Henry continues with harsh words, "Don't be ridiculous. No one considers an adopted child with no blood relation as family." He turns his back on her, leaving a cold silhouette. "Get lost." LeBlanc lowers her head. Henry starts to walk away, a small yet stubborn figure. In the end, LeBlanc still decided to tell the Duke she saw Henry being beaten. Does everyone know about this? Everyone was both angry and confused. Why would Henry grit his teeth and endure it, refusing to admit he was being abused? LeBlanc knew it was psychological trauma, but in her current position, she couldn't explain. The Duke pondered for a long time before finally ordering Teramo to be thrown into the dungeon with Viscount Hubert in charge of the interrogation. Furthermore, the fact that Henry was abused for a long time must be kept a strict secret. Viscount Hubert thought this was a golden opportunity to confront the Senate, but it wasn't. The Duke's attitude was firm, ordering everyone to leave. LeBlanc glanced back once as everyone filed out of the office. Niles silently speculated, "His Grace seems to have other plans. He must not want to dissolve the Senate, because only then can a brutal civil war be avoided." Niles's gaze fell. While he could understand the Duke's considerations as a father, wasn't that decision too cold? He remembered before the former Duke passed away. His Grace always had to carry out countless dangerous missions for him. He risked his life like that only because his 3 sons were in the former Duke's care. It was called care, but it was actually a hostage situation. Therefore, even in life-or-death battles like the evil dragon subjugation, he was always on the front lines. Now, His Grace is giving up a perfect opportunity to overthrow the Senate to protect his son. Publicizing the truth could uproot the Senate. But it would also expose Henry's weakness, putting him in a dangerous position. "On my command, strengthen the defenses around the castle to prevent today's events from leaking out. Also, assign guards to stay by Henry's side." He took one last look at Henry lying on the bed, then carefully closed the door and left. However, the boy was not asleep. Not until the empty room was swallowed by thick darkness. Not until even his faint breathing fell silent. He kept his eyes wide open. After an unknown amount of time, the room's door quietly creaked open. LeBlanc tiptoed in, on the tips of her toes. Approaching the bedside, she saw Henry's eyes were closed. He didn't move at all, as if in a deep sleep. The little girl then took out a box of ointment from her clothes and dabbed a little with her fingertip. She gently applied it to his bleeding wounds. The sting from the ointment made Henry stir slightly. LeBlanc flinched. She quickly withdrew her hand, holding her breath and watching him. Seeing no further movement, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her small hand gently patted her brother's shoulder, her mouth humming a soft lullaby. "It's okay, everything will pass. Tomorrow will be a new day." That small warmth finally reached the boy's frozen heart. From the corner of his eye, a single tear silently traced a path, as if watering a tiny sprout that had quietly germinated beneath the barren soil. In the dead of night, a little girl snuck into the room just to bring some comfort to his scarred heart. The reason she understood his pain was because she too had been engulfed in a similar darkness when Duke Amity cruelly abandoned her. When she was framed for trying to harm Mina and endured countless whippings. What she longed for most then was just someone to come and say, "It'll be okay. Tomorrow, everything will be better." So she gave Henry the very tenderness she had never received. After finishing, LeBlanc tiptoed away. Henry slowly sat up, his eyes fixed on the door she had just left through, muttering softly, "What an idiot. Who's calling who a child?" He had clearly shown his dislike for her. Yet that foolish girl just kept following him around. Even when pushed away, she stubbornly came back. His harsh words and angry outbursts didn't really come from the heart. He only put up those porcupine quills because he was terrified of others seeing his cowardice within. In truth, he was very scared. The moment Teramo prepared to strike, Henry vaguely saw the ghost of his grandfather. That illusion then transformed into his father's face, which resembled his grandfather's. He roared angrily at him, "Why can you never please me? A defect has no right to be my son." But this time, a small figure bravely stepped forward, standing firmly in front of him, wanting to protect him. That warmth was his salvation. After that incident, the castle was in an uproar. The three elders who had recommended Teramo were all stripped of their positions. The proposal to establish a new advisory body was also successfully passed. The maids were overjoyed. According to the servants who came back from the dungeon, Teramo is in a miserable state now. Lily had always held a grudge that Teramo dared to harm LeBlanc. This ending was what he deserved. Deep in the dungeon, Teramo, though heavily guarded, made a final struggle. "Quickly, pass a message to the chairman for me. I know the secret of the Child of Destiny." He was certain that, as long as he exposed LeBlanc as a demon, he could turn the tables and win back everything he lost. The guard who heard this just sneered, saying it was nonsense. "Who would believe the words of a madman like you?" "I'm not mad, I'm not mad. How dare you be disrespectful to me? If the chairman sees your face, he'll take your life immediately." At that moment, Henry strode into the prison alone. Seeing him, a glimmer of hope lit up Teramo's face. Heaven really doesn't cut off all paths. This brat must be afraid I'll expose his weakness. That's why he came down here to suck up to me. He clung to the iron bars and shouted, "Let me out. I swear I'll keep your secret." "Let me see the chairman." Henry replied flatly. "I've already met him." "What do you plan to do?" "Of course, to make that damn brat pay dearly," Teramo growled, his expression utterly vicious. The next second, a surge of magic tightened around his neck. A terrifying scream echoed throughout the dungeon. Henry's face was impassive as he coldly unleashed his magic. Teramo's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare to look me in the eye and choke me. You defect." A cold smile crept onto Henry's lips. "I am not a defect. So I'm not afraid of you anymore, because someone once told me she would protect." In that moment, Henry officially crossed the boundary of fear, completely severing the dark obsessions left by his grandfather and Henry's. "Teramo," he emphasized furthermore, "my sister is not a brat. Her name is LeBlanc Doubled. That kid is." LeBlanc, sleeping soundly in her room that day, had no idea. From that moment on, she had officially won over a loyal subordinate, one who specialized in blackmail, enjoyed tax evasion, and used his looks as a weapon. The ultimate fee. The storm temporarily subsided, and LeBlanc could finally take a breath of relief, enjoying a rare moment of peace. The maid Linda watched the little girl happily eating sweets, her heart warm, but also tinged with worry. The young lady was so brutally harmed by that Teramo. Will it leave any psychological trauma? As soon as she said it, the surrounding maids immediately spoke up nervously. Childhood emotional wounds can still affect you when you grow up. What if the young lady becomes withdrawn and no longer trusts anyone? Seeing them all looking gloomy and worried, LeBlanc felt a bit helpless. She had been through things 100,000 times worse than this. How could this leave a psychological scar? To console LeBlanc, the maids showered her with praise. "Our young lady is both obedient and intelligent. She's the most sincere person in the world. We love you very much, young lady." LeBlanc couldn't help but remember the day Teramo's crimes were exposed. The maids back then were also boiling with indignation. Lily even grabbed her tools. "I have to go settle the score with that bastard right now." The maids panicked, frantically holding her back. Lily, calm down. We understand how you feel, but if we kill him now, it'll be too easy for him. At the very least, we should discuss how to hide the body first. Indeed. That ferocious scene truly scared LeBlanc. Young lady. Lily's call pulled LeBlanc's wandering thoughts back to reality. We have to go. You'll be dining with His Grace the Duke today. LeBlanc jumped, the Duke's extremely stern face immediately appearing in her mind. He's looked incredibly scary lately. This meal might just give me indigestion. It was a rare chance to dine with him, but LeBlanc had no appetite. Recently, the matter with Teramo made the Duke much quieter than usual. Consequently, LeBlanc was also on edge with fear. It's true. Just then, Henry and Isaac entered the dining room. Ever since the incident with Teramo, Henry had shut himself in his room, even forbidding his personal servant from entering. His appearance today proved that his health had improved. They sat down at the table. None of the three said a word. In the silent dining room, only the occasional clinking of forks and knives could be heard. LeBlanc felt suffocated. Is this family atmosphere normal? Don't they have a single thing to say to each other? They're colder than strangers. Or did that incident cause their father-son relationship to fall into a stalemate? In the suffocating atmosphere, Henry suddenly spoke up. Father, I wish to temporarily take a leave of absence from the Academy of Talents and return to the territory to continue my education. The Duke glanced at him indifferently. The reason? This incident will surely stir up a lot of gossip. I want to stay in the territory to handle everything properly myself. The Duke thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The atmosphere once again fell silent. LeBlanc really couldn't take it anymore. She looked at the Duke with a hint of dissatisfaction, and he noticed. Seeing her gaze, the Duke misunderstood that she was craving the strawberry on his plate. A helpless smile crossed his lips. He picked up the strawberry from his plate and placed it on hers. LeBlanc glanced at Henry's plate and realized he had also finished his strawberries. She looked up at the Duke and said in a loud voice, "Give Henry a strawberry too." Seeing LeBlanc's puffed cheeks, the Duke paused for a beat, then picked up another strawberry and dropped it onto Henry's plate. Receiving the special treatment, Henry couldn't help but be startled, quickly thanking him. Only then did LeBlanc feel satisfied. This is how a family should be. The wall between the Duke and Henry won't be easily broken, but as long as the wall between the Duke and Henry won't be easily broken. If they improve little by little, one day they'll see a warm family scene. She didn't forget to add, and brother Isaac too. Hearing this, Isaac quickly presented his plate, receiving the last strawberry. The attendants witnessing this rare scene couldn't hide their smiles. After the meal, as LeBlanc was strolling back to her room, a slightly ajar door made her unconsciously stop. A voice from a distant realm came from within, "My child, my dearest, dearest." This familiar feeling was exactly like the first time she touched the holy stone. LeBlanc felt an unbearable discomfort, but her feet felt as if they were being pulled by an invisible force unconsciously moving toward the door. Inside the room, a large portrait hung on the wall. The person in the painting was an elder, and the frame was somewhat old due to the passage of time. That strange voice seemed to be coming from the amethyst embedded at the top of the frame. LeBlanc's heart pounded uncomfortably, and her vision suddenly blurred. Before her consciousness completely faded, she faintly heard her own voice. She heard the panicked calls of Henry and Isaac. In the room, LeBlanc lay flat on the bed. In her ears, the sounds of doctors crying and begging echoed. "My lord, the young lady's body shows no signs of abnormality. Please have mercy and spare our lives." The Duke's voice was as cold as ice. "If you can't find the reason she fainted, for every hour that passes, I will take one of your heads." LeBlanc, frightened, quickly sat up. Henry and Isaac immediately rushed over anxiously. LeBlanc looked at the Duke with pleading eyes. "Your Grace, I'm fine now." She knew very well. After all, she bore the title of the Child of Destiny sent by the temple. If news of her fainting at the Dub Blood estate got out, the temple and the Empress Dowager might use it as an excuse to cause trouble. The doctors cried pitifully. "Young lady, please save us." LeBlanc frantically explained to the Duke. "It's thanks to the doctor's dedicated care that I recovered so quickly." Her words moved the doctors to tears. They looked up at her with worshipful eyes, as if seeing a divine being. The three of them silently took in the scene. In the end, the Duke spared the 7 doctors. Escaping death, the royal physicians bowed low to LeBlanc. "The young lady's great virtue, this humble servant will engrave in his heart, and I vow to dedicate my life to you." After everyone left, LeBlanc contemplated the reason for her fainting. If it wasn't a health problem, could it be some kind of curse? It would be best to have a priest examine it to be sure, but she absolutely did not want to get involved with the temple again. If her guess was wrong, those people might use the excuse of removing the curse to take her away. "Young lady, how are you feeling?" When the 2 young masters carried you back unconscious, I was truly very worried. LeBlanc was stunned. "They carried me?" "Yes, if only you had seen how panicked they were." This was a bit unexpected for LeBlanc. She thought they didn't like her much. It seemed she had successfully gained a bit of their affection. Perhaps this could be considered the first step in her future escape plan. For now, the Duke's mansion is like a paradise for her. But once the real child of destiny appears, her fake identity will sooner or later be exposed. After all, even Duke Amity had cruelly abandoned her and turned her into a sacrifice to seal an evil spirit. When that day comes, the whole world will wish for her death, no matter where she is. At the Doubled estate, the Duke won't protect her, because what fool would go against the entire world? So, the top priority now is to earn a lot of money to prepare for her escape plan. LeBlanc took out her little treasure and counted it over and over. This is still not enough. It's time to seriously mobilize the reserve funds. LeBlanc glanced at the calendar and came up with a great plan, based on her memories. From her previous life, a wanted criminal will soon sneak into the Doubled estate. His bounty is incredibly high. If I can catch him, I'll be rich. "What are you doing, young lady?" Lily suddenly peeked in, startling the girl. LeBlanc fumbled and quickly hid her small backpack. "No, it's nothing." Lily thought for a moment. "Now that I think about it, you're at the age to start learning." "That's right, I must report this to the master immediately." LeBlanc didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is her 4th life, and she's had to learn these children's basics 3 times. What she needs to start with now is not a teacher, but that wanted criminal. However, things didn't go as planned. A few days later, the Duke appointed a tutor for LeBlanc. It's said that this tutor graduated as valedictorian from the Imperial University, was the youngest to pass the Imperial Administrative Exam, and has excellent experience educating children of noble families. She never expected the teacher sent by the Duke would be a familiar face. "I am Egan Noss. Starting today, I will be in charge of your lessons, young lady." Looking at the adjutant before her, LeBlanc was a bit stunned. "Why is it you? Don't you have to handle official duties for His Grace the Duke anymore?" Noss finally lost his composure and gave a bitter smile. "If you knew how many documents are piled on my desk, young lady, you might just cry with me." But compared to studying, what worried LeBlanc more was that wanted criminal. In her past life, after being caught, he was handed over to the guards as a corpse. It wasn't a public execution, so his true appearance was never revealed. Even the capture process was a mystery with a severe lack of information. This time, she must act before the Doubled family catches him, or that bounty will be gone. "Young lady, let's start with the alphabet." LeBlanc had memorized these basics 3 lives ago, so familiar it was boring, but she still pretended to be attentive. Niles was very pleased. "The young lady is so smart. I hope we can find a replacement for the administrative officer soon. That way, I can focus on your education." It turned out that last month, the Duke's mansion had selected a group of candidates through a design test. The second round of grueling training and interviews will begin tomorrow. The hiring criteria of the Doubled house. is to disregard background, and with a very generous compensation, it has attracted talent from all over the country. Everything has its pros and cons. This also means that malicious elements could infiltrate. And now is the best time for that wanted criminal to break in. LeBlanc secretly smiled. This way, she can easily catch the criminal. Just then, Henry and Isaac walked in. Isaac got close to LeBlanc's face. Are you over your cold yet? This kid. Why are you always so frail and sick, Henry? He cut in, pushing Isaac aside, and bent down to look at the girl. She's still a child, after all. Hello, LeBlanc. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? His smile was gentle, completely lacking the usual distance, which surprised LeBlanc a little. I'm sorry. Last time, I said some very harsh things. I've been wanting to find a chance to apologize to you. LeBlanc suddenly remembered his cold scolding. Stop dreaming. No one considers an orphan with no blood relation as family. It was a bit of a blow then, but it couldn't be compared. But compared to the words she heard in her previous life, this was nothing. She smiled brightly. It's okay. I don't mind. Henry's gaze softened, and he gently patted her head. You're such a good girl. However, this scene made Isaac extremely uncomfortable. Why is the way you treat me and her completely different? He glanced at him. Because I only care about my people. Isaac frowned. When did the kid become your person? She's mine. Suddenly, a pair of large, steady hands lifted LeBlanc up. The Duke declared with undeniable authority, no, she is my daughter. The two brothers immediately formed a united front, glaring. Isaac was even more furious with nowhere to vent. This father always used LeBlanc's name. He needed rest to stop him from coming to personally check on her every day. It's a waste that he asks the chef to bake sweet bread every day to give to LeBlanc. It's so unfair. Why is it always father who gets to hold the little one? The Duke glanced at him provocatively. As her father, what's unfair about me holding my own child? Henry stepped forward to reason. We also need time to be with LeBlanc. If she's only with you, won't she always be a stranger to us? Big brother is right. The three of them argued, no one willing to back down. All eyes turned to LeBlanc. You definitely want to be with me, right? Kid, you like playing with us, right? You need time to get to know us better too, right? Who do you like the most? Three fiery gazes bore down on her. LeBlanc was immediately caught in a dilemma. Young lady, the meal is ready. Seeing Lily approach, LeBlanc saw her savior. She immediately broke free from the Duke's arms and flew straight into Lily's. I like you the most, Lily. Oh, I love you the most too, young lady. Seeing their intimate display, the three of them felt a chill run down their spines. Isaac couldn't figure it out. Compared to me, the kid likes a maid more? Impossible. At that time, the kid liked a maid more. When I gave her the cake, she clearly said Isaac was the best. Henry rolled his eyes. She was just saying that. No way, the kid loves me. Every time we meet, she greets me with great enthusiasm. She's that enthusiastic with everyone else too. Isaac was a bit incredulous. Could it be that I'm not her favorite person? Maybe she likes you a little, but definitely not the most. Isaac was extremely disappointed. So, what do I have to do to be her favorite? Henry's brows furrowed even tighter. I'm the one who wants to know the answer more than anyone. After all, he had hurt LeBlanc before. At that moment, the voices of two retainers caught their attention. Did you buy a Children's Day gift for your daughter? Yeah, the toy store was so crowded. It took me forever to find this. The two brothers keenly caught the key phrase, Children's Day. Their eyes met, and in that moment, they reached a mutual understanding. This time, they had to cooperate first. Pushing their father aside was the most important thing. In the office, Nos reported to the Duke with a serious expression. According to reliable sources, the two young masters have gone to the shopping district. It's to buy a Children's Day toy for the young lady. I'm sure she'll be very happy to receive it. The Duke sneered contemptuously. Just a toy. How shallow. He immediately raised his hand and ordered decisively, let's go. Go buy out the biggest toy store on that street for me right now. to catch the criminal who infiltrated the Duke's mansion and claim the massive bounty. LeBlanc hid in a secluded corner, observing each candidate one by one. Which one of them is my cash cow? The little girl widened her round eyes. She carefully identified the features of each person. At that moment, a fat man, noticed her. He mumbled gruffly, "Is that a kid?" LeBlanc was a little speechless. This guy really has no judgment. The others all knew that a child appearing in this place was definitely not ordinary. To avoid trouble, everyone pretended not to see her, except for this guy who just had to approach. "This is Lady LeBlanc, His Grace the Duke's youngest daughter." Nos suddenly appeared and lifted LeBlanc up, his cold gaze fixed on the fat man with a warning tone. "She is not an ordinary child." He turned to LeBlanc and asked gently, "Young lady, why did you come here?" LeBlanc gave her prepared reason. "The letters you taught me. I've memorized them all. I want to learn a little more." Nos repeatedly praised her for being hardworking. "Wait a moment. I'll go get a book and be right back." Nos's appearance attracted the attention of some candidates. "Is that Egan Nos?" "Yes, I heard that during his time at the Imperial Palace, he single-handedly solved the famine in the north. He's the youngest member of the Emperor's intelligence agency. I can't believe I'm seeing him in person. Everyone says he's a cold and ruthless genius." LeBlanc listened to their discussion and only now realized how formidable Nos was. Just then, a red-haired man with a disdainful look spoke up. "Even if he is Egan Nos, isn't he just an employee like us now?" A pink-haired woman with glasses named Syria raised an eyebrow. "Charlie, watch what you say in front of the young lady." And the fat man, Jacob, from before, rubbed his stomach and grumbled, "When do we get to eat?" Their conversation immediately caught LeBlanc's attention. Judging by their accents, they all seemed to be from the Noxton border region. And intelligence reports indicated that the wanted criminal also had a Noxton accent. None of the other candidates today had this characteristic. A smile silently crept onto LeBlanc's lips. The wanted criminal must be one of these three. The criminal's charge was murder, and the victim was a noble. The reason this case sparked public outrage was because the murdered noble was extremely kind. He used his entire fortune to care for the elderly, abandoned children, and the disabled. Some even half-jokingly said, "Did the temple send someone to eliminate him?" After all, he single-handedly shouldered the temple's charitable responsibilities. But the criminal has always remained at large. LeBlanc racked her brain. In her past life, how did the Doubled house catch that ruthless person? Just then, the butler with a haggard face pushed the door open. "Sorry to interrupt." "Nos, the master is looking for you." Nos, deep in thought, tiredly raised his eyes. "Is it about that?" The butler slowly nodded. Nos felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at LeBlanc and said in a weak voice, "Young lady, is there any particular toy you've been wanting lately?" Before he could finish, Henry and Isaac suddenly burst in, both with unfriendly expressions, directly questioning Nos. "What, trying to cut in?" "It seems His Grace the Duke has also prepared something." Nos immediately put on a flawless, polite, fake smile. "I don't know." But his eyes fiercely clashed with Henry's in the air, neither willing to back down. Suddenly, he stood up. "My sincere apologies, young lady. We'll have to continue our lesson the day after tomorrow." After saying that, he hurriedly left. Henry and Isaac glared at his retreating back and discussed in low voices, "Looks like we have to finish this today." Henry turned to LeBlanc, his tone instantly becoming gentle. "Do you want to go for a walk in the city today?" LeBlanc was stunned. Why the sudden invitation for a walk? Now that she thought about it. Starting from yesterday, everyone seemed a bit strange. The maids kept asking her what kind of toys she liked best. The knights competed to see if she liked wooden swords. LeBlanc pondered for a moment and then realized, tomorrow is Children's Day. This is also the first Children's Day since she was adopted by the Doubled family. Maybe everyone is preparing a gift for her. In her past life, whether at Duke Amity's or Duke Valua's, Children's Day was the first Children's Day after she was adopted by the Doubled family. The first Children's Day after adoption would always be celebrated with a party, but that was only once. It was just a facade for outsiders. The double-led family must have the same concerns. Under the enthusiastic gazes of her two brothers, LeBlanc happily accepted. She thought to herself, when I receive the toy later, I must act really happy. The carriage finally stopped in front of a luxurious building. As soon as she and her two brothers stepped into the main hall, they were warmly greeted by the owner. Welcome, esteemed guests. It is an honor for my establishment to receive such distinguished visitors. However, looking at the bustling servants and the gorgeously dressed young men and women waiting on the chairs, a feeling of wrongness arose in LeBlanc. No matter how she looked at it, this place didn't look like a toy store. Brother Isaac, where exactly is this? Isaac smirked slyly. He pointed to the stage in the middle of the hall, where figures were bound by chains. This is the underground auction market. To prepare a Children's Day gift for their little sister, the two of them had brought her straight to the underground market where human lives were bought and sold. Just pick whoever you like. We'll buy them for you. LeBlanc found it absurd, instantly remembering the identities of these two brothers as future villains. Their actions truly couldn't be measured by common sense. Just then, the auctioneer on stage raised his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, the Heavens auction is now officially open. The items, with empty eyes and imprisoned by metal collars, paraded in a line. LeBlanc felt a chill run down her spine. How could this place be heaven? It's clearly hell on earth. But looking around, the silk-clad nobles, the young men and women, were still there. They were coming and going in droves. Isn't the buying and selling of people clearly prohibited? Why are there so many people here? The auction item of this session is a pair of Rensa siblings. White hair, white eyelashes, completely white. Moreover, the little girl can speak the imperial language. Seeing the two timid children holding each other tightly, Isaac commented with a smile that kids' eyes are quite pretty. Henry, on the other hand, critically assessed, the boy is too weak. If we're buying, just the girl is fine. She can read fairy tales to you. Right after, a strong man bound by countless iron chains was brought up. The next one is a beast man of a rare species, with a body as hard as steel. Isaac's eyes immediately lit up. This one's good. Making him carry me around the castle all day should be no problem. Henry shook his head again. His gait is too rough. What if he hurts LeBlanc? He looked down at LeBlanc. Have you picked anyone you like? You can take them home as a toy. LeBlanc shrank back behind the railing, her eyes full of resistance. I don't like it. Being a servant is pitiful. But the two brothers couldn't understand her words. What's so pitiful about it? Our ancestor once said, weakness is the greatest sin. LeBlanc angrily bit her lip. Which cursed ancestor went and stuffed that twisted ideology into these kids' heads? Just then, the beast man suddenly let out a hair-raising roar. A whirlwind erupted around him, and the chains imprisoning him instantly snapped. He launched himself towards the second-floor gallery, swiping his sharp claws at LeBlanc. LeBlanc squeezed her eyes shut in fear, but the expected impact never came. Henry and Isaac were on either side, protecting her in the middle. Henry opened a magic barrier in front of them, while Isaac delivered a fluid sweeping kick. He fiercely kicked the beast man to the ground. The two brothers nimbly jumped over the railing after him. Isaac stepped on the beastman's body, bouncing on his feet. He's pretty sturdy. Even after being knocked down, his spirit hasn't diminished. Kid, this one is super durable, perfect for a toy. It will surely be great. The MC immediately nodded obsequiously. This is a hybrid of human and beast. Strong bones. You can play with it for a long time. LeBlanc's blood boiled. What nonsense is that madman spouting? She would rather be reincarnated again than ever buy a person as a toy. But facing Henry and Isaac was just as terrifying. Refusing them directly would likely anger these two little demons. LeBlanc sighed. She had to use her trump card. She really didn't want to put on this show in such a crowded place. The next second, She instantly changed her expression, widening her sparkling eyes and using a tone. Filled with adoration, she exclaimed, "Henry, Isaac, you two are so cool." The brothers were simultaneously stunned. "What did you just say?" "I don't need any toys at all. Playing with you two is what makes me happiest. Because you two are super cool." In an instant, Henry's and Isaac's hands turned bright red. "If you say so, then forget it. We're not buying anything." She ran over to them. "Then let's go home." She secretly schemed. "As soon as we get home, I'll report this auction market to the temple and the royal family immediately." Isaac, a bit embarrassed, asked again, "Do you really think playing with us is the best?" LeBlanc smiled sweetly and nodded. Did he think her acting skills, honed over 4 lifetimes, were just for show? She could handle this kind of script with her eyes closed. Rewind to 10 minutes ago. The Duke led a team to the front of the auction house. "LeBlanc and those 2 brats are inside?" "Yes, Your Grace." The Heavens Auction, a black market specializing in the illegal auction of different races and prisoners of war, despite imperial law strictly prohibiting the buying and selling of people, they still turn a blind eye to the exchange of prisoners. This is also considered a dirty, unspoken custom among nobles. War breeds hatred, and hatred fuels trade. Families who have lost loved ones spend their fortunes just for revenge. Meanwhile, the nobles have long been accustomed to ignoring those distant, wailing screams. Hearing that his sons wanted to give LeBlanc a person as a toy, the Duke contemptuously curled his lip. "Always playing such boring games. No matter what they prepare, it will never please her more than the gift I've prepared." The position of LeBlanc's second favorite person will finally belong to him. After all, the #1 spot currently belongs to the maid Lily, who is with her day and night, a position difficult to shake for now. The moment he stepped through the grand gates of the auction hall, a clear conversation reached him. "Do you really think playing with us is the best?" Right after, LeBlanc's sweet, clear voice rang out in agreement. "It's absolutely amazing, the best in the world." The atmosphere instantly froze. Nos and the attendants held their breath, not daring to breathe loudly. The Duke's steps halted. Through a gap in the crowd, he saw his 2 brats and his little girl not far away. They were enveloped in a warm, intimate atmosphere that was incredibly jarring to the eye. The Duke's face was expressionless, his voice cold and devoid of any warmth. "Blow this damn place to smithereens for me." Witnessing his precious daughter treating his sons with more warmth and affection than she showed him, the Duke's jealousy exploded, and he directly ordered the entire underground auction market to be blown up. "Anyone who wants to live, run now." Hearing Nos's loud warning, the esteemed guests instantly fell into chaos, scattering and fleeing. LeBlanc's mind was reeling from the news. Is the Duke really going to blow this place up? But Henry and Isaac were calm, as if they had anticipated this move. Just as the last person left the door, the entire structure collapsed in a deafening explosion, the ferocious flames consuming everything. Yet the greedy auction owner was still only concerned with his goods. Where are the others? Don't tell me the greedy auction owner was still only concerned with his goods. Where are the others? "We're missing some." LeBlanc threw him a contemptuous look. "Why not just blow up this bastard and be done with it?" But Isaac thought LeBlanc was looking at the imprisoned people over there. "What's up? If you like someone, just pick them. There won't be another auction for a while." He smirked proudly. "Even if you buy them, you can still play with us. Don't you like playing with us the most?" LeBlanc couldn't believe he was still hung up on this. She decided to be direct. "Actually, not playing with them. With you two is fine too." "What did you say?" "I thought about it again, and you don't seem that handsome, Isaac." That statement made Isaac completely lose his composure. "Why?" LeBlanc's eyes showed genuine pity. "They're being bought and sold. It's really sad. Talking about this really makes me sad." Isaac hastily argued, "But our ancestor taught us that weakness is the greatest sin. The reason they are controlled by the strong is because they are too weak." LeBlanc retorted, "Then am I a sinner too?" "Of course not, but I'm also very weak. I'm short and small, not as strong as you and Henry." LeBlanc's tone was fragile. The two brothers froze, their minds involuntarily. Picturing LeBlanc being sold, looking terrified and helpless. LeBlanc pressed, "Even so, you still insist on buying them as toys for me?" "No, I'm not buying them. Actually, I've never bought one before. It's just that lately I've heard the nobles talking about it as a new kind of toy. I just wanted to give you the best." Hearing this, LeBlanc's face finally broke into a radiant smile. "So that's how it was. I knew it. Brother Isaac is the best." The Duke, who had been standing silently and observing, had a hint of approval in his eyes. Not long after, when the recruitment of new staff for the Duke's mansion was over, some of the successful candidates began their work as apprentice administrative officers. The maid Yuni specifically warned LeBlanc, "There are many new faces in the mansion recently. You should still be careful and try to avoid too much contact with them." LeBlanc outwardly agreed obediently, but inwardly she was eagerly waiting. She was anxious to get close to these people to find the wanted criminal soon. At that moment, a clear female voice came from the nearby greenhouse. It was none other than one of the three suspects, Syria. A cedar tree with a market price of only 40 coins. This price list has more than doubled it. There's enough reason to suspect the manager colluded with the supplier to embezzle funds. Her debating tone was fierce. The red-haired Charlie, standing opposite her, looked impatient. "You girls are always making a big deal out of nothing. Sometimes nobles intentionally buy things at high prices to show off their wealth. You don't even understand that? Even so, this price list is outrageous." Charlie sneered contemptuously. "That's why commoners will always be commoners. So, what if I'm a commoner? An administrative officer's job is to judge right from wrong, not based on background." She was about to continue arguing when she saw LeBlanc at the door and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Lady LeBlanc." The fat Jacob next to her also hurriedly bowed. Charlie turned his face away, as if he didn't see her. Only after Syria whispered a reminder did he reluctantly say his name for show. Uni stepped forward to reprimand him. "What is this disrespectful attitude?" Charlie, on the contrary, became even more arrogant. "A mere maid. And a child dare to shout at an administrative officer? What's your name? I'll report you to the disciplinary committee so you learn your lesson." Syria stepped forward to pull him back. "That's enough. You were the one being disrespectful first." Charlie shook her hand off. "Who do you think you are? Mind your own business. Get out." With that, he strode straight towards the door. As he passed LeBlanc, he left behind a cold taunt. "I've never been one to flatter and coddle ragged commoners." LeBlanc had heard such insults countless times since her divine power faded. She was no longer recognized as the child of destiny until she was adopted by the Dub-led family. That look, as if mocking her for being just an imposter, a commoner who would sooner or later be kicked out, had never ceased. The little girl suddenly swung her hand and grabbed Charlie's shirt tightly. "You have to greet me before you're allowed to leave." Charlie burst out laughing exaggeratedly. "I already said it. Saying my name just now was a greeting. Do I need to teach you that?" LeBlanc stared at him, her face impassive. "When you meet someone, you must greet them. When you leave, you must also say goodbye. Mister, are you an idiot?" Charlie waved his hand with extreme mockery. Yes. My humble greetings to you. I wish you a good day. Is that good enough?" Before he could finish, LeBlanc kicked him straight in the knee. "The first time you tolerate it will only lead to them pushing their luck a second time. By the third time, they'll want to stomp you under their feet." Charlie cried out in pain, clutching his leg and roaring, "What do you think you're doing?" LeBlanc's voice rang out slowly, "Uni, except for His Grace the Duke and the young masters, everyone in the mansion when they see me must greet me, right?" "Yes, that's right, my lady." "So, what happens to those who don't greet me?" "Of course, because of that, my lady, would you like me to inform Mr. Noss?" Charlie instantly panicked. He couldn't figure out why this brat dared to be so arrogant. Even a maid was openly disrespectful. Could the rumors be wrong? Is this brat really the child of destiny? As soon as he thought of this, Charlie immediately dropped to his knees. He bowed his head humbly. It was my foolish ignorance. I spoke disrespectfully to you, my lady. I beg for your forgiveness. LeBlanc's eyes were as cold and sharp as ice. Don't forget next time. I am the young lady of the double-blood family. The man was suspicious of her identity and deliberately provoked her. Yet with just a slight glance, the implication and pressure radiating from her dissipated all his arrogance, forcing him to kneel and beg for forgiveness before scrambling out the door. The maids looked at LeBlanc with utmost admiration, constantly giving her thumbs up. My lady. She clearly doesn't share the same blood as the double-blood family, but that imposing aura seems to be an innate power. It's truly amazing. But LeBlanc felt a bit troubled. I've been so unlucky lately. First, I was taken to a slave auction market. In the end, I was caught in a massive explosion. I wanted to track down the wanted criminal, but I haven't found any useful clues. That criminal is someone who can single-handedly eliminate a noble without leaving any trace. He must be extremely intelligent. But from any angle, Charlie looks too stupid. The smartest one should be Syria, but she doesn't seem like the type of person who would commit a crime. On the contrary, she's very sincere and rational. Just then, Jacob suddenly approached and used his hand to measure LeBlanc's tiny foot. About 14 centimeters, right? LeBlanc was speechless. It seems this old man really likes children. No wonder he paid special attention to her from the very first day. It's time for your lesson, my lady. Uni approached with paper and a pen. LeBlanc sighed. Forget it. At least I didn't have to accept that troublesome human gift. I'll deal with the criminal tomorrow. Wait a minute. The word slave struck her like a bolt of lightning. She looked up. She looked at the two people opposite her. One was still rambling on about the price of seedlings while the other's stomach was rumbling loudly. A knowing smile slowly formed on LeBlanc's lips. She knew who the wanted person was. When Uni handed her the paper and pen, LeBlanc accidentally saw the wound on her hand. Uni, what happened to your hand? It's nothing, my lady. I just slipped and was careless. Syria took out a small box and approached. I have some ointment here. For people like us who work for a living, our bodies are our most valuable asset. We must take good care of them. Jacob also came closer, his eyes darting around. Do you need me to help you with your homework, my lady? It's too noisy here. How about we move to the study? LeBlanc shook her head. It's not that noisy. Jacob then shyly admitted, actually, I wanted to see the study for a bit. LeBlanc was stunned. This person has a strange hobby. Suddenly, an idea popped into her head. She looked up and smiled brightly at Syria. And Jacob, can you two teach me? Syria was dumbfounded. But we're still busy studying for the official administrative officer exam. LeBlanc immediately unleashed her flawless acting skills, her voice sweet and coquettish. Please, tutors, teach me. The two of them at that moment, LeBlanc started singing. Immediately surrendered and obediently agreed. My lady, you must study the material carefully. I know. The lesson just ended. LeBlanc immediately ran to the Duke's office. The little girl had identified the criminal. But to gather evidence conveniently, she had to use the excuse of attending class to have frequent contact. She had to get the Duke's permission to make them her teachers. As soon as she reached the office door, she saw a large group of retainers gathered inside. An object radiating a soft golden light on the desk immediately caught LeBlanc's attention. Itoil, the very sacred treasure that helped Mina unleash terrifying power in her past life. And this stone was the second one. This holy stone was thought to be buried deep at the bottom of the neighboring kingdom's sea, difficult to find. I didn't expect to see it so easily. In the past, the deceitful merchant Toba, coveting it, didn't hesitate to plot and trap the Duke. But the Duke, to obtain it, directly started a war and swept through the neighboring kingdom. Viscount Debit smiled smugly. I heard the neighboring citizens suffering under tyrannical rule opened the city gates themselves to welcome us. Thanks to that, our progress was so smooth. The Duke asked with an expressionless face, has the head of that king been presented to the emperor? Yes, of course. He even excitedly declared it was the most satisfying birthday gift he received this year. This is all thanks to the young lady's great contribution. If not for her exposing that scoundrel's true face, how could we have learned about the existence of this second etoile? Seizing the opportunity, she dashed into the office under the affectionate smiles of the retainers. The little girl, as usual, ran to the Duke, her small arms outstretched, asking for a hug. But the Duke just lowered his eyes to look at her, not moving at all. LeBlanc found it strange. Normally, the Duke would just lower his eyes to look at her, not moving at all. LeBlanc found it strange. He always quickly lifted her up. What's wrong with him today? Just then, the Duke suddenly turned his head away very awkwardly. That small reaction made LeBlanc have a very wild thought. The Duke right now looks exactly like someone throwing a jealous tantrum. I hate it. You have someone else now, why do you still come to me? Just because he accidentally heard his precious daughter praise someone else as the best in the world, the usually cold-faced Duke suddenly turned into a jar of sour vinegar. Faced with the little girl's cute, pleading gesture for a hug, he stubbornly turned his face away and asked in a stiff voice, "What do you want from me?" "Your Grace the Duke, I want to learn the advanced curriculum. Something with a higher difficulty, like what Henry and Isaac are learning." The Duke's tone was tinged with a hard-to-detect sourness. "Is that so? But once you officially start studying, I'm afraid you won't have time to play with your two brothers. Aren't they your favorite friends? You probably wouldn't want to be away from them for a moment, right?" The Duke's sarcastic words stunned LeBlanc, and her brain quickly caught up. This is bad. Could it be that he was at the auction market and heard me praising Henry and Isaac as the best in the world? LeBlanc's heart tightened. This is an emergency. I have to soothe him right away. The little girl once again unleashed her acting skills. She maintained her arms outstretched pose, her voice sweet and pleading like candy. "Henry and Isaac are just the two people I like most on this earth. But you, Your Grace the Duke, you're the one I love most in the entire vast universe." The atmosphere seemed to freeze in an instant. A moment later, the corners of the Duke's lips slowly turned up into a smile that couldn't hide his satisfaction. He finally reached out and lifted the little girl into a firm embrace, his tone feigning indifference. "Who taught you to say such things?" The retainers peeking from the side heard this universal confession of love and were all floored, whispering to each other, "My daughter never says things like that to me. Every time I want to hug her, she makes a sour face. At least you have a daughter. I don't even have one." The Duke outwardly sighed helplessly, but his eyes couldn't hide his smile. "This little one is always clinging to me, asking for a hug. Turns out it's because I'm the one she loves most in the universe." Seeing the Duke so satisfied, LeBlanc finally breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, about the tutors, I'll inform Nos." LeBlanc quickly added, "Uncle Nos is busy with documents. I want the new apprentice administrative officers to teach me." The Duke readily agreed. Soon after, the temporary tutors officially started their jobs. Syria was overjoyed when she heard the news. "It is my honor to be the young lady's tutor. Though my abilities are limited, I will do my best. Today, you will learn the imperial language with Jacob and Charlie first. Then we will tour the castle together and experience the history of the Dub-blood family." As LeBlanc predicted, this new female tutor was very gentle and reliable. However, the performance of the other two tutors was speechless. Charlie somehow became arrogant. "His Grace the Duke must have heard of my reputation as a genius and entrusted me with this important educational task. This is absolutely a wise choice. Though I should be the one teaching the young masters, using the young lady as practice is fine too." However, he hadn't even been there for 5 minutes before Nos grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out. Jacob, compared to teaching, seemed more interested in other aspects. "The young lady's hands are about 3 centimeters smaller than her peers, right?" Because he always talked about irrelevant things, the lesson progressed very slowly, to the point where even the maids had to comment that, except for Syria, no one else is doing anything useful. Uni even felt that the way Jacob looked at LeBlanc was very strange. Strange, like he was inspecting and choosing chicks. Finally, it was Syria's history class. My lady, the tower we are about to visit is abandoned, but it has great historical significance. LeBlanc was so engrossed in listening that she carelessly tripped on a stone and fell, scraping her knee and turning a large area red. My lady, are you all right? Lily rushed back in a panic. She went to find the first aid kit, while Syria stepped forward to comfort her gently. My lady, are you okay? Does your leg still hurt a lot? Just then, LeBlanc noticed a scar on the top of Syria's bare foot, looking like a burn mark. Noticing the little girl's gaze, Syria smiled a little awkwardly. It looks ugly, doesn't it? LeBlanc seriously shook her head. Not ugly at all. You're so gentle. Let's continue our lesson. Syria led LeBlanc to an ancient tower. This tower was built 300 years ago by the Duke of that time to commemorate his ancestors. Would you like to go up and see? LeBlanc happily skipped up the stairs. Her hair flew in the wind. Syria looked at her back and smiled unconsciously. The young lady is so cute. You remind me of my younger siblings. Then Syria must be a great older sister. Great, right? However, Syria's expression was a bit awkward. Not really. LeBlanc suddenly turned around, looking down at her from above, her gaze becoming sharp. Sharp, cunning, and extremely determined. Why not? You even eliminated a nobleman for those children. Syria's face instantly froze. She stared at LeBlanc warily. And LeBlanc curled her lips slightly, a glint of certainty in her eyes. The look of someone who had already won. This gentle and reliable female tutor was unexpectedly the one being relentlessly pursued. LeBlanc had noticed it before, but it wasn't until she happened to glimpse the burn mark on Syria's foot that her suspicion was fully confirmed. That night at the underground market, LeBlanc witnessed with her own eyes that the innocent people there were all branded with an indelible mark on the top of their feet. And yet Syria dared to burn away that mark with her own hands. The deceased nobleman was not as kind as the rumors suggested. His true face was that of a ruthless human trafficker. And Syria was once a victim trapped in his cage. That was also the victim trapped in his cage. That was also why she could single-handedly eliminate that scoundrel and escape the mansion. Syria lowered her eyes, a bitter smile on her face. I thought I could hide it a little longer, but I was found out so quickly. So I took him out, but that was the price he deserved to pay. No one would have expected him to be such a wicked person. Those innocent children, even after being sold, still eagerly awaited for that man to come and save them. As for me, I was actually lucky. Thanks to my cleverness, he kept me to work in the mansion. I was only sent away after puberty. Thanks to that, I was kept to work in the mansion. I saw his true face more clearly than the other children. Later, I risked my life to escape, wanting to save everyone, but when? At that time, many of the children had already disappeared without a trace. As for the ones who didn't meet the standards to be sold, Syria's voice suddenly choked, and she couldn't say anything more. LeBlanc immediately understood the whole story. But why did you infiltrate the Duke's mansion? What if your identity was exposed? Before she could finish, Syria suddenly knelt down. Please, my lady, allow me to have an audience with His Grace the Duke just once. That bastard's accomplice is hiding in this mansion. I must find my siblings who were sold off. LeBlanc's expression changed, her mind immediately connecting to the person who always made her angry, the one who could measure her body with a single glance and laughed, and was particularly interested in children. LeBlanc broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be Jacob? Suddenly, a cold, gloomy voice came from the darkness. How do you know that? The two of them turned around in shock. Jacob had been standing in the dark corner of the tower all along. The next second, his body shot forward like a ghost, appearing in front of Syria and with one hand. He choked her, ignoring Syria's struggles. He turned his head to question LeBlanc again. How did you know that? LeBlanc trembled all over. This tower was just a symbolic structure with almost no guards around. No one would come to save them. Very quickly, Syria was casually thrown to the ground by Jacob. He stepped closer to LeBlanc. Not going to answer me? The two of them were about to run, because once they were caught, it would all be over. The little girl glanced at the railing next to her. If she was cornered, she would rather throw herself off and end it to be reincarnated again. The client told me not to damage you. What a pity. That means I won't get my full payment. Jacob yanked LeBlanc's arm. My lady. Just as she was in dire straits, Lily and Uni rushed over. A glimmer of hope had just sparked in LeBlanc's heart when it was immediately extinguished. How could two frail maids fight against a well-trained man? If they died trying to save her, she really couldn't fight against a well-trained man. She'd rather bear the consequences alone. Run! LeBlanc screamed desperately at the two maids. The next second, Lily suddenly crouched, pushed off the ground, and shot forward like an arrow. From a bow, her figure flashing in front of Jacob in an instant. Jacob swung his arm to grab her, but Lily flipped in midair. She landed lightly on his shoulder. Her legs were like a noose, tightening around Jacob's neck. With just a loud crack, Jacob immediately collapsed, limp. LeBlanc fell to the ground, her forehead hitting it hard. My lady, are you all right? She frantically helped the little girl up, her face full of apology. I'm sorry, my lady. It's been a while since I've done this, so I'm a bit clumsy. LeBlanc looked at Jacob's lifeless body on the ground. This is what you call a bit clumsy? In contrast to her usual cheerful and smiling demeanor, Uni's face was now as cold as ice. She kicked Jacob's head and spat out words quickly. Which organization sent you? The human traffickers or the secret assassination squad? Speak up. LeBlanc looked at Uni, then turned to Lily and stammered, You two, aren't you maids? Of course we're maids. We just used to work short-term somewhere else. That place was called Yilin, the All-Sorcerer Magic Legion. Its members possessed divine power. According to legend, it only took them 15 days to quell a large-scale war. The devastating army is the most elite knight order under Duke Dubled. LeBlanc swallowed hard and managed to ask, What about Uni? When you first came to the castle, my lady, I was briefly active in the finance industry. Uni loosened her foot from the bloodied Jacob, smiling sheepishly. Actually, I was a debt collector, but rest assured, my lady, among the maids serving you, my bounty is the lowest. LeBlanc froze. Does that mean all the maids around me are gangsters? She couldn't believe that the obedient and gentle maids by her side were hiding such skills. One was an elite with superhuman abilities, the other was an elite with superhuman abilities. One was once heavily wanted. My lady, please don't hate us. We cleaned up our act a long time ago. However, LeBlanc wasn't bothered by that. She still had a more important hurdle to face. The atmosphere in the main hall was suffocatingly oppressive. The Duke sat solemnly in the highest position. His expression was cold. Henry and Isaac stood by his side, their faces grim. Syria knelt with her head bowed, while Jacob was sprawled on the floor, gasping. The Duke looked up at LeBlanc. Are you hurt? I'm fine. The Duke's gaze suddenly sharpened. LeBlanc unconsciously touched her forehead. Just my head. Before she could finish, Henry and Isaac flew into a rage, grabbing Jacob and beating him senseless. You son of a bitch. Some of the retainers present began to gossip. A man infiltrated the house. To shift the blame, a green-haired retainer suddenly stood up. I, Newton Saja, beg the Duke with my blood and tears to immediately issue an order to deal with Egan Noss, the one who dared to recommend this filthy element into our ranks. LeBlanc's heart skipped a beat. Noss wasn't even involved in this selection process. It was precisely because of his absence that the entire recruitment process for apprentice administrative officers became a mess. In an instant, she realized the reason. Noss, despite his humble origins, had risen through the ranks based on true merit. At a young age, he had already secured a key administrative position in the castle. Because of this, he became the perfect scapegoat in the eyes of the old, conservative, useless retainers. The Duke massaged his temples with his finger. He glanced at Nos. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Nos remained silent for a moment, then finally let out a soft sigh of resignation. I have nothing to say. LeBlanc bit down in frustration. You fool. Why won't you say a single word to defend yourself? The Duke maintained his expressionless face, his voice as sharp as ice. All officials involved in this selection process are to be handed over to the disciplinary council for a thorough investigation. As for Egan Nos, sever one of his arms. A short sword was thrown down right in front of Nos's shoes. The entire hall of retainers had complex expressions, but no one dared to utter a word. LeBlanc knew someone had to take the fall for this chaotic situation, but she didn't think the Duke would be heartless enough to sacrifice Nos. In that case, it was her turn to act. Suddenly, LeBlanc let out a loud, miserable wail. Everyone's attention immediately focused on her. Henry and Isaac quickly surrounded her, asking with concern, "What's wrong? Did someone hit you? Did Nos bully you?" LeBlanc's tears streamed down like a string of broken pearls. Your Grace the Duke, you're so scary. The two brothers were instantly flustered, trying to comfort her frantically. Oh, he's always scary. Who in this world isn't afraid of him? It's natural for you to be scared. The Duke, sitting high on his throne, stiffened slightly. He then winked at the servant standing beside him. The attendant just looked at the servant, but couldn't see the servant. He quickly moved to present the sobbing LeBlanc to the Duke. The Duke gently held the little girl in his arms, his voice unusually gentle. LeBlanc. This call made LeBlanc cry even harder. She clutched his clothes, sobbing and pleading. I don't want Uncle Nos to get hurt. Please don't be angry anymore, Your Grace. Please forgive him. The Duke was silent for a while. Finally, he let out a helpless sigh. He gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks. I know. Don't cry. Don't cry anymore. His reaction stunned everyone present. The Duke, known for being cold and ruthless, his words, as heavy as a mountain, had retracted his judgment on the spot because of a little girl's tears. LeBlanc secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She secretly calculated. Nos is an extremely outstanding talent. He is sharp, decisive, and has made countless glorious achievements. Even the imperial family shows him special respect. At this moment, Niles's eyes were filled with gratitude and shock as he looked at LeBlanc. LeBlanc was very pleased. From today on, this powerful assistant is officially mine. As night fell, Isaac leaned back in his chair, bored, and suddenly spoke. Hey, what do you think? If the one who got caught and chased away today was our little kid, would her fate be the same as those people from before? Henry's pen, which had been moving swiftly across the paper, suddenly paused. Probably. The image of LeBlanc, hungry and cold, crying and screaming their names, suddenly appeared in Isaac's mind, making his chest ache. The Heavens Auction black market is being rebuilt, right? What? You want to buy a servant again? Isaac looked disdainful. No way. I'm never touching that again. Henry shoved a letter into Isaac's hand. Idiot. You think just by smashing that black market, they'll be freed? Go deliver this. What is this? You don't need to know. It's the content of a secret talk between the Viscount and the previous leader. So, what is it? What will happen if this gets out? Henry leaned back in his chair, a meaningful smile on his lips. Who knows? Maybe tonight, we'll hear news of the Viscount's demise. The cold-faced man, who was always resolute, finally had to retract his command because of his precious daughter's tears. With this miraculous power, Adjutant Nos seemed to have escaped a lifetime of trouble. From now on, he will dedicate himself wholeheartedly and be absolutely loyal to LeBlanc. The next night, LeBlanc was dozing off when she was awakened by the maids. My lady, His Grace the Duke has invited you to the dining room. She groggily sat up. Could it be that they've caught the mastermind behind Jacob? But the moment she pushed the door open, the scene. Henry and Isaac, each holding a huge gift box, looked at her with bright, expectant eyes. Hurry up and open it. Only then did LeBlanc realize that today was Children's Day. She cautiously opened Isaac's gift. Inside was an exquisite bow. It was gorgeous yet also a bit cute, as if it came out of a fairy tale. The bow was light, its size perfectly tailored for her. Small frame. LeBlanc suddenly remembered that in her second life, she had once visited a shop with the two young masters of the Valua family and had accidentally seen this bow. At that time, the youngest son cried and begged his older brother to buy it for him. But the older brother just snapped irritably, "Are you an idiot? Look at the price." A long string of nines caught his eye, making him realize. It shut his younger brother up immediately. Such luxury items were not meant to be sold, but were merely display pieces to showcase the art of craftsmanship. The supreme craftsmanship. And yet today, Isaac had actually bought it for her. "What do you think? You love it, right?" As soon as he finished, Henry asked, pushing Isaac aside. "Move. It's my turn." LeBlanc opened Henry's box. It was Henry's box. It was a gorgeous pink formal dress, with small wings on the back like an angel who had just descended. LeBlanc's heart trembled slightly. In her first life, she also had stood outside a shop, staring at this dress for a long time. That day, a little girl was also overjoyed, begging her father to buy it for her, but the price tag with its long string of numbers was quite intimidating. It made her father smile wryly and shake his head. "I'm sorry, my daughter. This dress is not for sale. It's the designer's masterpiece, displayed to affirm their top-tier talent." And at this very moment, that dress was in her hands. "Fly, my angel." Henry's stunning face paired with his warm, gentle voice almost made LeBlanc drown in it. The little girl was a bit overwhelmed by these special favors, these priceless gifts. Was she really worthy of receiving them? Nevertheless, she stepped forward and hugged her two brothers tightly as a way of saying, "Thank you." Suddenly, the Duke, who had been sitting silently in his seat, held out a file. "For you. Open it and see." Curious, she reached out to take it. As soon as her eyes scanned the large words at the top, she jumped and quickly shoved the paper back into the folder. "It seems I just saw something terrible." The little girl secretly glanced at the Duke. He was crossing his arms, his chin slightly raised, a smirk twitching at the corners of his lips. He couldn't hide his overwhelming pride and satisfaction. Nos and the butler standing beside him also watched with anticipation. LeBlanc took a deep breath. Suppressing her pounding heart, she tremblingly pulled out the paper again. It was a certificate of ownership for the largest toy store in the Dubled territory. Her brain immediately short-circuited. Seeing the little girl's dazed expression, the Duke burst out laughing. "She probably can't read yet." Lily quickly and kindly explained, "My lady, this is the ownership certificate for a super-class toy store. Even in the bustling Dubled land, the most prosperous in the empire, it's considered top-tier." Henry and Isaac gritted their teeth and glared at their father. "It's over. We've been completely crushed." The Duke's mood at this moment was floating on cloud nine. "You brats, how can you beat me?" The title of the person who gave LeBlanc her favorite gift is definitely mine. "I'm not taking this." LeBlanc's words sent the Duke crashing down from the clouds straight to the ground. The maid stared in astonishment. "My lady, this isn't just a normal piece of paper. This paper makes you the owner of all the toys in the shop." Just like that. LeBlanc resolutely shook her head. "I don't like this. I like toys more." But in reality, she was screaming internally, "I super love it." But as a fake child of destiny, she knew better than anyone the pain of dreaming of things beyond her reach. "This gift is too extravagant. If I run away later, how can I run with a whole piece of real estate? If I sell it for cash, my cover will surely be blown. So, I could offer some cash." Even if she was drooling, she had to firmly refuse. "I don't want this. I only like toys." Henry and Isaac seized the opportunity to turn the tables, looking smug. "Let's go back to our room, LeBlanc. We'll play together." It seems these land deeds have no appeal to children. The dining room door just slammed shut, and the temperature radiating from the Duke plummeted below freezing. Nos and the butler cowered in a corner, cold sweat pouring down like rain. In the thick silence, the Duke suddenly growled menacingly, "Bring me the list of those who advised that this land deed was the perfect gift." Now that I think about it, maybe building her an entire toy castle would be more appropriate. Late at night, in the dub-led dungeon, Syria, who was directly involved in the trouble, was considering someone else's love. From the corner of her cell, suddenly, light footsteps broke the silence. She looked up. Outside the bars, LeBlanc was quietly looking at her. "Follow me somewhere." In the dead of night, LeBlanc heard a question. Silently, the little girl snuck into the dungeon alone softly. Unlocking Syria's cell, the two of them went to the cell in the deepest corner. Syria stopped. "This is Jacob's cell. But the door is locked." LeBlanc smiled faintly. "Not necessarily." Jacob kept his mouth shut and didn't reveal the true identity of the mastermind. So His Grace the Duke must have intentionally left the door open and withdrawn all the guards. The purpose was obvious: to set a trap. Let him escape and then follow the trail to catch that mysterious client. Coincidentally, this created a favorable opportunity for my actions tonight. LeBlanc slowly pushed the door open. Inside, Jacob was lying, face down in the blood on the floor, his mouth whispering cries for help. The fire of hatred in Syria's eyes instantly flared up. She lunged forward and grabbed his collar. Jacob went up, and instead of asking his father, he demanded, "Tell me, where did you take my siblings from the orphanage?" Jacob struggled weakly. "It was that client. They were all taken by that client. He was the one who sent me to capture the young lady." "Didn't you deny knowing who he was before?" Jacob gasped for air. "I really don't know. It was always his subordinate who came to take the children. So, what did they do with my siblings?" Jacob suddenly bared his teeth in a sinister grin, his eyes filled with cruelty. "A slaughterhouse is a place that supplies meat, not a place to pry into the identity of customers." LeBlanc kicked him hard in the face. "Are you spouting nonsense?" She delivered another powerful kick to his face. "Then how about you taste what it's like to be sold?" She charged in, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks like a rainstorm on Jacob's swollen face. He could only scream pathetically, curling up like a boiled shrimp on the floor. Syria was horrified by LeBlanc's rage and quickly pulled her away. LeBlanc frowned and snapped, "Don't waste your breath on him, Syria. He's so scared he can't even run. He's completely clueless about the client's identity." The little girl turned, her gaze shifting to Syria. It was as sharp as a blade. "I ask you, how determined are you to find your siblings? Even if you have to tear out your own bones, you'll bring them back, right? Those who treat your lives like trash and toys to be trampled on, do you want to settle the score with them and get revenge?" Syria trembled, whispering softly, "You're not an ordinary child." Suddenly, a cunning smile appeared on her face. She held out her hand to Syria. "If you're ready for a cruel ending, then I'll help you." Syria only hesitated for a second before firmly taking that small hand. "From the day she eliminated that terrible nobleman, I've exhausted all my determination. What do I need to do now?" A glint of admiration appeared in LeBlanc's eyes. "In that case, first, go collect the bounty on your head." Syria froze in place. "You mean I should turn myself into the guards?" "Not turn yourself in. Find a trustworthy friend to tie you up and hand you over to them. Otherwise, how will you get that bounty?" "But then I'll be punished." LeBlanc confidently affirmed, "Don't worry. Before you act, just pray to the priests. Whisper in their ears that you know the location of the original manuscript of the Holy Scriptures." Syria stuttered. "But where would I get that?" "It doesn't matter, because I know where it's hidden." Syria looked up at LeBlanc, her throat tight. "The original manuscript of the Holy Scriptures is a priceless relic. Why would you use it as a shield for a criminal like me?" LeBlanc's eyes suddenly became extremely sincere. "Because you deserve it. You dared to risk everything for each other. My siblings who don't share the same blood, from humble origins, yet easily pass the most rigorous double examination of the double-led house with outstanding ability. Moreover, despite knowing LeBlanc had many abnormalities for her age, Syria was never curious or prying. Decisive, sharp, and extremely loyal. A powerful and talented ally who could stand on par with Nos. And most importantly, Syria will become the sharpest sword in LeBlanc's hand. So where is the original manuscript of the Holy Scriptures? A brilliant light shone in LeBlanc's eyes, deep in the secret archives of the Empress Dowager. The prestigious Holy Scripture that should have been protected and passed down by the temple was arrogantly hidden away as her private property by the Empress Dowager. When the temple uncovers the truth, the relationship between the two sides will fracture, saving a person and shattering the iron alliance between the royal family and the temple at the same time. It's truly a brilliant move that kills two birds with one stone. As she meticulously outlined each step, Syria unexpectedly knelt and bowed deeply. This great debt. I will never forget it. Before I leave, may I ask one more thing of you? She cast a sharp glance at the gasping Jacob in the corner of the room. The flames of revenge burned fiercely. Please leave this place first, my lady. No matter what sounds you hear, absolutely do not turn back. LeBlanc was slightly shaken, immediately understanding her intention. A few moments later, a mournful scream echoed from the depths of the dungeon. The next morning, the limp corpse was dragged from Jacob's cell. Syria, with a calm demeanor, left the castle and gradually disappeared into the thick fog. A few days passed, and an anonymous package landed right in front of LeBlanc. Inside were 30,000 sparkling gold coins, the exact amount of the bounty on Syria. The little girl finally got her hands on the money she had longed for. LeBlanc cautiously buried the bags of money under a young tree. In the greenhouse garden, her mind dreamed up a future vision. Free and unrestrained, dancing happily after a successful escape from this mansion. My lady, you're here. Lily's voice suddenly came from behind her. It startled LeBlanc, who fumbled to cover the pile of treasure with dirt. His Grace the Duke has summoned you to the council room. The meeting today gathered a vast number of the highest-ranking nobles in the land. All the way down the hall, LeBlanc's heart was restless. Could it be that the Duke has started? Did he find out I conspired to let Syria escape? The moment she pushed open the heavy wooden door, she froze in the doorway. The meeting room was packed with high-ranking officials with solemn expressions, among them countless unfamiliar faces. Henry and Isaac stood formally on either side of the main seat, and the Duke still exuded an overwhelming authority. He gestured towards LeBlanc and ordered in a firm voice that allowed no refusal. Come here. LeBlanc obediently walked forward slowly. The next second, she was swiftly scooped up and sat on the Duke's lap. This scene made the retainers who were meeting her for the first time turn pale with shock. To sit so casually on the Duke's lap. It seems the rumors are true. LeBlanc sat as if on pins and needles, her stomach churning. Why did he specifically call me here? What if he wants to kick me out of the mansion? It's possible. At that moment, the Duke's solemn voice rang out. Let me introduce you. This is LeBlanc Lizette Doublet. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire meeting was shocked. LeBlanc breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just to introduce me. He even gave me a middle name. Viscount Roman, at the head of the table, immediately shot up to object. Your Grace, what did you say? Isn't Lizette the name of the late Duchess? LeBlanc's mind exploded, buzzing loudly. According to custom, people often use the names of blood relatives to give a child a middle name, but this honor was usually only granted to biological children of the same bloodline. The Duke's action was tantamount to an official announcement that LeBlanc would enjoy absolute privileges equal to those of the biological children in the family, with access to all secret files. Even the right of regency to lead the Doublet family whenever the Duke is absent. Such immense power, yet it was entrusted to a child. A child of destiny, a child sent by the temple. Even the retainers who were close to LeBlanc daily couldn't hide their astonishment. Viscount Roman's attitude was extremely firm. Your Grace, please reconsider. The temple is very likely to seize control of the family through this child. LeBlanc panicked. Originally, she just wished to live a peaceful life, secretly accumulating power to escape the clutches of the temple. But this action could not be done. The Duke's action inadvertently pushed her into the spotlight of all powers. What about her escape plan now? Seeing LeBlanc's worried expression, the Duke was certain the nobles were scaring her. His gaze turned cold. He scanned the room. Whoever dares to frighten my daughter, I will break their arms and legs. Magic surged in Henry's palm. Just give the order, father. I will personally deliver the head. Isaac, beside him, was even more aggressive, directly drawing his sword. Leave it to me. The scene immediately fell silent, except for the sound of desperate cries for help. LeBlanc's heart cried out in despair. I'm really done for this time. The meeting ended. LeBlanc practically fled from there. Viscount Dubit approached the Duke, his face heavy with concern. Today's matter was too hasty. That poor child will likely become a target of attack. But the Duke had a deeper meaning. That's precisely why I did it. It's still unclear whether the person intentionally targeting LeBlanc is an external enemy or an internal one. If it's an external enemy, the target is naturally the Dub-led family. Once the Child of Destiny gets into trouble in our territory, the royal family and the temple will surely hold the Dub-led family accountable. By making all eyes focus on her, the opposing faction will naturally have to be more cautious. Viscount Dubut was still worried. But what if it's an inside job? Their opposition will be even more intense. It would be best to deploy a squad of elite guards by the young lady's side. The Duke suddenly cut him off with a cold voice. Do you know how Lisette died? The Duchess Lisette was a destitute noblewoman with no relatives. The Duke protected her completely, hiding her deep within the mansion. Even people within the family rarely saw her, and the guards were extremely tight-lipped. To the extreme. And yet, she still left this world. Everyone thought she died in childbirth, but it was actually a murder. So no matter how dedicated the guards are, they can't guarantee absolute safety. However, giving the name Lisette to LeBlanc had another reason. In this Dub-led castle, there is no place the Duke's eyes cannot reach. He had long known that LeBlanc snuck into the dungeon late at night to release Syria. The Duke despised things being out of his control, yet LeBlanc faced no punishment. A mere child could silently slip into the dungeon. Isn't that interesting? A rare glint of admiration appeared in his eyes. To have such courage and cunning, that is what makes her worthy of being my daughter. Inside the Senate, the noble's anger was boiling. Absurd. The Duke has entrusted the entire family's power to a child. A child sent by the temple. Does he intend to bypass his sons and make her the heir? One of them boldly speculated. The Dub-led house has no mistress. Perhaps he wants to let that child temporarily hold the position of mistress, to let an adopted child of common birth manage the family's internal affairs and preside over all ceremonies. What kind of a system is that? If only before she died, the Duchess had given birth to another daughter, it would have been so much better. It wouldn't have come to a brat of unknown origin manipulating things. Just then, Viscount Roman, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly spoke up. In that case, adding a qualified daughter isn't the solution? He directed his gaze towards Baron Winston of a branch family of the Doubles. The Baron was stunned. You mean my daughter? That young lady from the branch family possesses divine recognition and is currently receiving elite training at the temple. Compared to that so-called fake child of destiny, isn't she more than qualified? The Duke gifted the name of the late Duchess to his adopted daughter, an act equivalent to giving her power and status equal to a biological daughter. This action also quietly drew countless gazes from outsiders. However, this honor plunged LeBlanc into an unprecedented predicament. Since her middle name was changed to Lisette, her daily life was no longer peaceful. Just an hour ago, the head maid led a group of maids into her room, declaring they wanted to replace Lily's group to serve her. We are the servants of the main doublet house. We will surely take better care of you, my lady. The high-ranking maids had a respected status. The selection criteria were strict, so of course they looked down on Lily's group. Lily's group didn't back down. But the butler didn't request a change of servants for the young lady. The head maid shouted arrogantly, "But what if the young lady herself wants a change?" They surrounded LeBlanc, constantly offering expensive toys and exquisite pastries as bait, but LeBlanc was not interested at all. In the end, she decisively hid in the bushes in the flower garden. What a nuisance, compared to those who only fawned over her. Because her status changed. She certainly couldn't change. The little girl looked at the small white flowers sparsely growing among the grass. LeBlanc suddenly wanted to pick a bouquet to give to Lily to cheer her up. While engrossed in picking flowers, she accidentally bumped into someone. Both of them cried out and fell to the ground. The other person was a girl of about 12 to 13 years old, dressed in magnificent clothes, with an arrogant air. Just as LeBlanc was about to get up and help her, the girl glared and shouted first. "What are you doing? Hurry up and apologize." LeBlanc paused for a moment but still smiled kindly. "Then let's both apologize to each other. After all, neither of us saw." Unexpectedly, that girl flew into a rage and raised her hand to strike. "How dare you? Do you know who I am, kid? Kid, are you here?" Isaac's voice suddenly rang out. That girl immediately retracted her angry expression, replacing it with a deliberately sweet smile. "Oh my, it's young Master Isaac. Long time no see." Isaac reached out and pulled LeBlanc towards him, frowning at the other girl. "Why are you here?" The girl then turned to LeBlanc with an elegant demeanor. "I am Kachi Winston. I am the 8th cousin of the young masters. You must be Lady LeBlanc, right? I was so rude. Your dress is so simple, I didn't recognize you at first." LeBlanc looked down at her simple, mud-stained dress, feeling a bit helpless. Ever since her finger was cut by the jewelry on that gorgeous dress, Isaac had angrily torn up all those exquisite clothes. And Henry had smiled and warned the maids, "If this happens again, I'll skin you and make clothes out of you." Suddenly, Kachi stepped forward and grabbed LeBlanc's hand with an urgent tone. "Please forgive my rudeness earlier. Since we'll be living together from now on, I hope there won't be any hard feelings between us." These words stunned both LeBlanc and Isaac. Back in the room, Isaac fed LeBlanc a strawberry while complaining to Henry, "Are they all crazy? Suddenly starting this bloodline education game." Henry, on the other hand, was listening. He looked out the window. "I heard the Winston branch requested it themselves. The so-called bloodline education is actually sending children from branch families to the main house. It's called teaching, but it's actually holding hostages to control the entire great family." In the past, his 3 sons were brought to the Duke's mansion and were also taken away by the former family head, leaving Henry with deep psychological trauma. If this truly benefits the main family, we can use those children to control the other branch families. But why would the Winston family insist on doing this, even if it meant being hated by the other branches? Henry's gaze gently fell on LeBlanc. He knew all too well this was a dirty trick by the nobles. Bringing Kachi here was nothing but to isolate LeBlanc with the ultimate goal of driving her out of the house. Noticing LeBlanc's big, round eyes looking at him, Henry immediately switched to a warm smile. "We have to dine with the retainers tonight. We should go." The 3 of them entered the banquet hall. LeBlanc also noticed Kachi's presence. At that moment, the Duke appeared. Everyone stood up to greet him. She looked up, a burning desire in her eyes. During the banquet, the adults were busy discussing official matters, while LeBlanc was focused on enjoying the steak in front of her. The meat was tender and fragrant. As she was eating with gusto, she suddenly heard Kachi's soft laughter. The girl approached with a handkerchief and wiped the corner of LeBlanc's mouth, making a show of it. "No matter how delicious the food is, you must be careful not to make a mess everywhere." She looked extremely gentle and caring, but LeBlanc was clear. She had been eating very neatly and carefully, with not a speck of food on her face. Viscount Roman immediately used it as an excuse to mock her. After all, Lady LeBlanc is of common birth. Her dining etiquette is a bit strange. It's unavoidable. Kachi covered her mouth and giggled. I was too hasty. I just couldn't bear to see the young lady's face dirty. How could that be? You are so thoughtful. I heard you are receiving training at the temple, right? Baron Winston, Kachi's father, immediately seized the opportunity, puffing out his chest proudly. That's right. My daughter possesses outstanding divine power and has been officially recognized by the temple. As soon as he finished, the Duke's cold gaze swept over Kachi. The girl cleverly bowed to the Duke immediately. Thank you, Your Grace, for the feast. Every gesture and action was extremely graceful and proper, drawing countless praises from those around. Elegant demeanor, outstanding ability, and a noble bloodline. Truly impeccable. Kachi's smug gaze swept over LeBlanc. It was filled with blatant contempt, while LeBlanc just looked at her with a bewildered expression. This green tea bitch is plotting to replace you. To become the new jewel of the ducal house. She not only constantly made things difficult, but also colluded with the noble faction at the family banquet to openly mock LeBlanc's background and lack of etiquette. It turned out that not long ago, Baron Winston had just returned home and excitedly announced that the opportunity for our daughter to become a Duchess has arrived. This time, the Senate and the retainers will fully support us. The Baroness was a bit hesitant. But will the Duke really change his mind? The Baron replied confidently, as long as they see Kachi with their own eyes, they will realize the vast difference between her and that impostor child of destiny. Hearing her husband's boastful words, a smug look appeared in the Baroness's eyes. Her daughter Kachi possessed the extremely rare divine power of the double-led house. Her strength completely overshadowed the little girl who dared to call herself the child of destiny with just a little bit of divine power. If she gets the support of the main family, she might even have a chance to become a bishop of the temple in the future. Kachi, can you win the hearts of the Duke and the two young masters? The girl smiled slyly. Have I ever disappointed you, father and mother? Kachi, though from a branch family, was a precious gem in her parents' eyes. She had her mother's brilliant golden hair combined with the iconic serene blue eyes of the double-led family. Her demeanor was elegant, gentle, and kind. Anyone who saw her would unconsciously feel admiration. This made her even more arrogant. She conveniently picked up a piece of steak from her plate and put it on the Duke's, trying to close the distance. Your Grace the Duke, you've been so engrossed in official matters. Please have a taste and rest for a bit. Unexpectedly, the Duke didn't even bother. He saw that LeBlanc's plate was empty and conveniently picked up that piece of meat and placed it in front of her. This is for you. Kachi's expression immediately froze. Henry and Isaac, at the side, gave her a mocking look. This deepened her hatred for LeBlanc even more. LeBlanc sat as if on pins and needles, just wanting to escape this awkward situation. She pushed the plate of meat back in front of the Duke. You should eat it, father. He straightened his face and shouted, Taxidermist. Call the taxidermist here at once. The entire hall was stunned. He was like a mother hen protecting her chick, holding up the piece of meat with a very solemn tone. This is the first piece of meat my daughter gave me. I must preserve it. Everyone was momentarily speechless. Only Kachi silently bit her lip until it bled. It was a struggle to get through the banquet. LeBlanc was exhausted. She just wanted to go back to her room and rest, but Isaac blocked her way. Kid, I want some meat too. LeBlanc froze and looked up to see the two brothers looking displeased. She immediately understood they were jealous because they didn't get a gift. LeBlanc felt a bit wronged. She was just returning Kachi's piece of meat to its original place. Isaac leaned in close. You can't be so biased. Aren't you going to give me anything? LeBlanc fumbled in her pocket and took out two small, wilted white wildflowers. The ones she had picked in the garden earlier, originally intended for Lily. She held out the tiny bouquet to Isaac and Henry with both hands. This is for you. The two brothers' eyes widened as they took the wilted flowers. The next second, they shouted in unison, Taxidermist. Just then, Henry's attendant rushed over. Young Master Henry, the Council of Elders and the retainers have just submitted a petition requesting permission for Lady Kachi Winston to break the seal of the Sleeping Stone. The Sleeping Stone is one of the holy relics of the Dub-blood family. The ancestor, before his death, made a vow that only a biological daughter of the main family with divine power could be allowed to break it. And yet, the Senate dared to let someone from a branch family like Kachi break it. This infuriated Isaac. Crazy, what nonsense. With LeBlanc here, why do they insist on a branch family member breaking the seal? LeBlanc also suddenly realized the Senate completely did not acknowledge her status. They wanted to use Kachi to replace her, to worship her as the young lady of the Dub-led house. Inside the opinion room, the retainers were sincerely and earnestly petitioning the Duke. The meteorologists predict a great drought is coming. If the Sleeping Stone truly has the ability to summon water spirits as recorded in the history books, then now is the perfect time to break the barrier. Viscount Roman immediately chimed in. Lady Kachi possesses extraordinary divine power. The wielder will surely succeed in breaking it. Just then, the door burst open. The three siblings entered the hall. Henry's voice was cold. We absolutely cannot set a precedent for a branch family to break a main family holy relic. Viscount Roman retorted, we are all aware of the risks, so we propose to officially adopt Lady Kachi into the main family to avoid any future trouble. Isaac's eyes sharpened. Don't play dumb. You just can't stand LeBlanc. Roman remained calm, not yielding an inch. That's wrong. This is a request from the people suffering from the drought. If Lady LeBlanc can really break the barrier, it would be a great blessing. But her divine power is not even comparable to a normal priest's. She has no chance of breaking the seal. Viscount Dubit couldn't help but question, on what basis do you jump to the conclusion and deny the young lady's ability? Then let that kid try and see if she can do it. Dubit was momentarily speechless. He himself didn't know the truth about LeBlanc's divine power. Seizing the opportunity, the retainers who supported Kachi chanted in unison, Your Grace the Duke, please have mercy. The lives on this land, everything is for the future and glory of the Dub-led family. They seemed certain that the Duke was cornered with no other choice. Just then, LeBlanc's clear voice rang out, Wait, let me try. The retainers all frowned. What did you just say? Kachi sneered, Are you sleep-talking? That's a three-layered protective barrier. Even I can sense the strange energy fluctuations within it. LeBlanc stared at the transparent blue mineral in front of her. To be honest, she wasn't sure she could win. But if she used that move, a miracle might actually happen.